All right, here we go. Let me get situated a little bit and we will get this we'll get things started. Yeah. All right. And here we go. Where's the Here we go. Yeah. Hello to anybody out there. Welcome back to another installment of Murder is Game Over. I'll be playing the third game. It's called Murder is Game Over. Deal Breaker. Oh boy, deal breaker, huh? Let's go switch over to the overlay, and then I'm gonna see what this game is about. All right, so murder is game over. Deal breaker. Murder is game over. Deal breaker takes you on an immersive journey through the Italian Alps. Oh wow. Unravel the murder mystery amidst an alpine backdrop, exploring opulent settings and unmasking the killer in this thrilling detective game. Let's see. Competitively priced with an average duration and a simplified deduction process. Murder is Game Over. Deal Killer is a great title to relax for a few hours. One Up Nerd, 80 out of 100. We had a blast with the third entry of the Murder is Game Over series and have to admit, we're pretty loyal fans of it now. Such a great way to spend 2 hours with consistently well woven and engaging stories. Yet enough spooky vibes to keep you on the edge of your seat. Oh boy. A new murder mystery to solve. Deal Killer takes Detective Guy and Cleo, the clue sniffing dog, to the remote heights of the Italian Alps to solve the murder of a powerful businessman. A prominent video game publishing executive has summoned our detective duo to an isolated mountain chalet for a private party celebrating a major corporate deal, but he's found dead shortly after their arrival. The victim's inner circle is full of backstabbing enemies, and there's also a local legend about a ghostly harbinger of death to contend with. Stranded in a horrendous blizzard, can Detective Guy and Cleo solve this baffling mystery before the case goes cold? Solve a murder mystery, search for clues, interview suspects, explain the solution, a new disguise mechanic, and it's the third game in Murder is Game Over series. Awesome. All right then. It's time to do the thing. It's time to capture the game and then excuse me, start the game and capture the game. Let's see how much lip it's going to give me. Profile error occurred. Okay, whatever. That's always telling me that garbage. Only when it's starting this game up, though. This series, anyway. Alright, hang on. There it is. Finally, things go smoothly for me today. Alright. Okay. So, always dash. Command remember, whatever that means. This time the default is on that one. Hmm. Let me go into the volume mixer. I know there's volume settings there, but I'd rather do it from here. All right, we're good. Okay. And now we are situated. Let me double check something. One more thing. All right, cool. All right, here goes. We're starting the third game in the series. Murder is game over. Deal Killer. Yes, I know how to play the game. Have you played Murder is Game Over, the first case about the Gargoyle's curse? Before. Oh wow, it's telling me stuff. Yes, I have. Okay, great. Welcome back. I wonder what happens if I would have said no. I mean, because I did play it. I guess I'll find out. I think I have an idea of who, because I did see the trailer, but we'll see. Present day. When this whole adventure started, I was at home looking through the day's mail. In the middle of a pile of coupons for video games, there it was, a certified letter from the desk of Billy Kramer, President and CEO. One moment, everybody. I'll reread this after I charge it. Coupons for video games. Man, that used to be a thing, sort of. Not too often. In the middle of a pile of coupons for video games, there it was, a certified letter from the desk of Billy Kramer, President and CEO of Hacktivision Games. It was addressed to Cleo and myself. Oh, that was the dude from the first game. Detective Guy and Cleo, I heard about you through that business of the Gargoyle's Curse when you performed so brilliantly. I am writing to summon you for my own help at this current juncture. Since the deal to sell off Hacktivision Games to Comp Inc. has nearly become finalized, I've started receiving death threats because of the detailed, personal nature of the writing. I believe that the sender is someone close to me. I fear for my personal safety, which is why I have called upon both of you to join me. Your airline tickets shall arrive in tomorrow's mail. You and Cleo shall meet me in the Italian Alps at a private Christmas party for my inner circle to celebrate the buyout. I hope to see you soon. William Kramer the First. Ellipses. I didn't believe it either, but the next day the airline tickets arrived as promised, and Cleo and I were on a plane headed for Torino Airport in northwest Italy. Before we knew it, we were riding on the back of a chartered snowmobile, taking us way up into the mountains. Ah! Cleo gets to ride in the back, that's cute. Excuse me, driver, where exactly are we going? The Cresta di Montagna Hotel. It's at the top of the ridge, 10 kilometers away from the nearest town. Can we make it there in this horrendous snowstorm? Not to worry. I've been shuttling guests to these mountains for years. It may look treacherous, but I'm used to these conditions. You're not the first to ask, and I assure you that I'm not the one you need to be afraid of. Ellipses. Be afraid of? What do you mean by that? They say the Cresta di Montagna Hotel and the surrounding area is haunted. I guess you two haven't heard of the legend of the White Lady before. No. Should we have? If you treat me to a steak dinner and a couple rounds of drinks sometime, I'll tell you all about it too. Ellipses. Okay. With that, Cleo and I arrived at a small, isolated alpine hotel on top of a craggy mountain ridge. Now I see why we had to be brought here by snowmobile. The terrain is so steep that there are no roads. While the inside of the hotel was toasty warm, our welcoming reception was not. The president of Hacktivision Games is a very busy man. I just verified with the senior, Mr. Kramer himself, and I assure you that you're not on the party attendance list. Ned Dillman. Billy Kramer II. We don't want any more uninvited guests. The senior Mr. Kramer paid to bring us here. He sent this letter in the mail. What letter? I better not let these guys see it, since his letter mentioned death threats from someone close to him. The contents of the letter are a private, confidential matter between the client and myself. What nerve! Why would my dad even consider calling on a common detective like you? There must be some strange misunderstanding. I'm sorry. You've been put through this inconvenience. I'll call for the snowmobile driver to shuttle you back as soon as possible. Cleo and I must speak to the senior Billy Kramer at once. Where is he? Get out of my way and let me do my job. Yeah. Uh-oh. The lights are off. Let's see. The lights are gonna... Hey! Who turned out the lights? Power must have gone out because of the storm. You don't say. Cleo! Do you hear that strange singing? I can't tell where it's coming from. Ellipses. Wow. The investigation. A short while later. So you're a detective. We could really use your help. That's right, Detective Guy, at your service. Why do you have the dog? Ellipses. Oh, this is my detective partner, Cleo the clue-sniffing dog. Cleo can find clues that we humans can't. It's true. You're serious? Absolutely. Cleo and I have solved many challenging cases together when the police were baffled. Without Cleo's skill, it would have been impossible to get the job done. I mean, after all, she is a true star of the series. Excuse me, innkeeper, do you mind telling me exactly what you need a detective for? Didn't you hear the commotion? When the lights suddenly went out, somebody was murdered, of course. Ellipses. Murdered? The Cresta di Montagna is my hotel, and I'll assist you in any way I can. What do you want to know first? I guess... You seem like you know what you're doing, but there's no harm in going over the basics as a refresher. Yeah, we know how to play the game. Mm-hmm. Yep. Uh-huh. An illustrated map of this area can be found in the menu too. Lastly, he's a menu saver game. The case. I don't know much more than you, but I'll fill you in on what I do know. Alright, Anna Russo. You already told me yourself, you and Cleo are detectives who were sent here to help the senior, Billy Kramer. Now you're here and you have the change, and now you have the chance to help him. Are you ready? This small alpine hotel is called the Cresta di Montagna. It was originally a ski lodge, and it's way up high in the mountains, many kilometers away from the nearest town. Billy Kramer Sr. reserved this place to hold his corporate holiday party. This big room is the lounge. The den is to the far left, and up the hall you'll find Mr. Kramer in there. The guest quarters are through the door just up from here. My office is the far right lower door, but I don't want you snooping around those areas yet. Outside is a huge mountain ridge expanse full of snow and ice. It's what our hotel is named after. You'd be crazy to go wandering around out there without wearing some crampons. The dead body is Billy Kramer I, the president and CEO of Hacktivision Games. His company produces the wildly successful Paladin Dream franchise. Mr. Kramer was a very prominent, wealthy businessman. This holiday was supposed to be celebrating the sale of his company to computer conglomerate Comp Inc. for an enormous amount of money. but now he's dead. He contacted us in his hour of need, but we arrived too late. You'll find Billy Kramer's body in the den. It's the room past the fireplace to the far left and up the hall. I'd appreciate it if you would go in there and examine the body as soon as possible. We need you to find out who killed him. This place is isolated enough that it would take too long to wait for the police to arrive. I've left everything untouched so you and Cleo can search for clues. Persons of interest. I've sent all the other hotel guests back to their rooms so that you can investigate without any distractions. The senior, Billy Kramer, invited 6 guests to his big blowout party. You'll find them all waiting in the guest quarters. A 7th person also crashed the party as an uninvited guest. I put them up in the last spare room. Including myself, there are 8 of us here at the Cresta di Montagna Hotel. I'm ready. The first thing to do is to go into the den and look at the body, see what you can discover. After that, depending on what you find, I'll let you go interview our other hotel guests. Alright, let's go examine the body. Alright, so... Oh. Cool. So it immediately brought up the save after that. Hey, I told you to stay out of my private office till you're done some investigating. Okay, I was just, Hey, you're not gonna slip and get hurt out there. Where do you think you're going? Just let me do my thing. Oh, there's a clue. Oh, look, a cat. Got an achievement. Ah. Cats don't like dogs. Unfortunate. Look, it's Santa Claus. Well, you know what? Before I go to that door, Cleo already found a clue that I want to check. I kind of don't like that, it's dark in here, but there's a light around, but it's okay. Cleo found a clue. The title of this book is Ghost Legends of the Alps. One of the saddest and spookiest alpine legends is the tragic tale of the White Lady. Supposed encounters with the White Lady ghost date back hundreds of years in the most remote parts of this isolated mountainous region. During the 8th century, there lived a local country woman who was married to a brave paladin knight. One day, her husband left to go fight honorably in the Crusades. The bride vowed to wait patiently for his triumphant return. She adorned a hooded white robe and shawl, which covered her face, so that no other man would look upon her until that day. She waited patiently, singing beautiful songs about the glory of faith, which echoed into the valley villages below the tall peaks. Days of waiting turned into months, into years, and eventually decades. Finally, one night, she encountered a traveling gypsy, fortune teller, in the mountains, and inquired about what happened to her crusading husband. The fortune teller's magic revealed that the husband she had remained faithful to for all this time had abandoned her. The knight had married the princess of an exotic faraway kingdom, betraying her faith and leaving her alone in the world. Angered and disgusted, it was said that the poor woman in white offered her soul to the devil that night. Though she disappeared from the sights of the local village marketplaces, the people now heard the chilling melodies of accursed hymns to evil whispering through the rocky mountain walls. To this day, the White Lady remains as a legendary harbinger of death in the Italian Alps. Wayward skiers, explorers, and other unlucky residents have claimed to see a faceless woman in a white robe and shawl, or to hear dark, ghostly singing around the time of an unfortunate death in the mountains. Superstitious locals know better than to travel outside during a blizzard at night when the White Lady is bound to be out seeking new souls to join her in eternal misery. The clue is saved to your case file. Cleo deserves a treat. Yeah. Alright, so we learned the deep lore about the White Lady. Folklore book contains a spooky alpine ghost legend of the White Lady, victim's letter, an urgent letter to detective signed by William Kramer I, and we don't have any suspects yet. We'll do a little quick save, just because. And I guess we can go. Oh, they want us to go into the. Hey, I told you to not to go harassing my hotel guests. Where do you think you're going? Oh, behave. Maybe I just wanted extra dialogue options. All right. Oh no, there's Billy Kramer the first. And there's 3 clues here. First, let's inspect Billy Kramer the first. Examine. Damn. It's the body of the murder victim, Billy Kramer the first. His expensive suit is stained with blood from the dagger wound in his back. Oof. This world-famous businessman wrote to Cleo and I in his hour of need, but the travel arrangements weren't fast enough, and we arrived too late to protect him. Judging by his clothes and by the position of the dagger, it looks as though he was stabbed in the middle of a business meeting. If he had his back to the killer, that suggests that the murderer was someone who he knew well. His guard was down. But then, why would he write to us about death threats coming from someone in his inner circle? Could somebody from the outside have come into this room and murdered the senior Mr. Kramer? Or is the killer someone here in the hotel? Of course it's going to be somebody here in the hotel. We know how this goes. Alright, let's check for clues. Cleo found a clue. This is the victim's laptop. It must have shut off during the power outage and the battery is dead. It looks like a brand new Comp Inc. system right out the box, with excellent hardware specs, complete with these speakers. The electricity for these speakers shut off during the blackout too, so there's no way that ghostly singing in the dark could have come from this computer. Alright, the clue is saved to your case file. Chloe deserves a treat, as always. Cleo found a clue. On the other side of these windows is a steep mountain cliff. There's no way that somebody could have entered this room from the outside. That means that the murderer is someone who is still in this hotel. Each of the 8 inhabitants are suspects. I need to find out who had a motive for killing the senior Billy Kramer and where each person was during the blackout. Okay, the clue is saved to your case file. Cleo deserves a treat. Oh. It didn't matter which side. I guess I got all the clues here. We're just checking one more time. Alright. So, no other clues here, it seems. Let's check the case file. Den windows. The den windows overhang a steep cliff. Victim's laptop, a laptop computer with external speakers powered by electricity. Victim's letter, an urgent letter to detective signed by William Kramer I, and the victim's body. He was stabbed in the back. He was killed in the den, so it seems. Alright. Now we could check, we could go to Anna Russo now. I imagine. Oh wait, can we check the map? So far we only have access to the lounge and den. That's gonna change. Oh, there's Anna. Okay. What did you deduce about the case now that you've had some time to start investigating? If you're really an ace detective, then you should at least be able to tell me some basic facts about what happened. First, what was the murder weapon that Billy Kramer the first that killed okay, first, what was the murder weapon that killed Billy Kramer the first? It was a dagger, of course. It totally wasn't a revolver or poison. Billy Kramer was killed by a stab wound to his back from what looks like a Roman dagger. A Roman dagger? Like the death of an emperor, I see. Oh, like Julius Caesar, et tu, Brute? Cleo and I are determined to get to the bottom of it. We owe that much. One more question, just to make sure there's no way around it. You're absolutely sure that the murderer was to be someone inside the hotel? Could an outside assassin have entered through the windows in the den, for example? It was an insider. The murderer is an insider. The den windows open over a steep ledge. There's no way somebody could have entered the room from outside. The only way into this hotel is through the front door here in the lounge, which means that the murderer is one of the 8 hotel inhabitants. I can't dispute the facts. Your logic is ice cold, all right. I'll step aside. It seems absolutely necessary for you to interview my hotel guests. Go through this door, you'll find the guest chambers. You can interview me too, if you really think I have something to hide. Thanks, we appreciate your cooperation. You do realize that this mountain ridge is haunted though, right? Cleo and I stumbled upon a book about alpine folklore containing that story about the White Lady ghost legend, if that's what you mean. At the risk of sounding superstitious, did you hear any ghostly singing right before the murder happened? Yeah. I heard something, that's all I can say for sure. Good luck with the investigation, Detective Guy. Alright, Cleo, now it's time to go interview some suspects. First, let's interview you. Are you saying that I'm a suspect too? What connection could I possibly have to these American corporate types? I mean, suspect added to case file. Anna Russo. Cresta di Montagna Hotel Innkeeper. Alright. We're gonna grill you. Billy Kramer the First and his staff booked this hotel for the week. I was told that they were celebrating some kind of corporate merger. I recognized him and one of the other guests from seeing them here 2 years ago. Otherwise, this place doesn't get many visitors anymore. Not since ghostly doings have been happening around these parts anyway. The letter. I certainly wasn't privy to the inner workings of a businessman like Billy Kramer the First. But if you want to find out more, you should go take a look in his bedroom upstairs. Naturally, he booked the Emperor's suite for himself. It's the big room upstairs at the end of the hall on the left. The ghost. Well, you've read the book about the White Lady's spirit haunting this area. There's been a lot of mysterious circumstances at this hotel surrounding the ghost legend. But this is the first time somebody's ever died because of it. Just be careful, detective, especially with the snowstorm going on. Your alibi. I was at the front desk earlier, at the time when the lights went out. I heard that horrible singing. Why are you laughing about that? Suspicions. I am suspicious of the one staying in guest room 3. The one they called creative director named Jerry Small. Oh, he's from the first game. 2 years ago, Mr. Small was here at the hotel with Billy Kramer the First, as well as the original creator of Paladin Dream, Russell Gallant. Now Kramer and Gallant are both dead. Jerry Small kept muttering something about a parchment and treasure on the mountain. I had to keep warning him not to venture outside the hotel without crampons. I think he's out of his mind. Thank you. Alright, suspect 1 out of 8. I'm not talking to the dog. We usually don't even allow pets at this hotel. Well, you know what? Cleo doesn't want to speak to you either. You're mean. Alright, let me double check something. Alright. Here goes. Alright, here goes. Let's go, Cleo. Let me see. I think there was... Can I still go out? I can't go out. I'm probably gated. I should just go where the green arrow points me to. There isn't much I could do. Alright, here goes. Oh, I get to save again? It's cool that it's giving me these prompts. Now we can meet the people in the victim's inner circle. Maybe I can find out who knows about the letter we received. You will not the new area. Check the map menu for an updated map. Alright, let's see. So now I have access to downstairs guest quarters, guest room 1, 2, and 3, the upstairs guest quarters, guest rooms 4, 5, 6, and 7. Oh my god. Is the screen actually shaking from checking my map? Was I seeing things? It's fine. Whatever. Alright. What? Is that a doggy bag we see? Yes, Cleo. It is. Cleo found a doggy bag. No, Cleo, we don't have time to eat now. We got a mystery to solve. Ellipses. Alright, we'll take the doggy bag with us after we solve the case. I promise you'll get an amazing treat. Yay. I bet there are at least 25 doggy bags like this hidden all over the area. Let's see how many we can find. Okay, so, in the first game there were 30 doggy bags. And in the second game, there were 40 plus 3 more. I actually found 43 out of 40 doggy bags. I guess they put extras in case you somehow missed some of them. So now there's only half of, yeah, the second game. Alright. Now, hold on. There's one more thing I'm going to check. I'm going to check my Steam, achievement thingy. Okay, there's exactly 25 doggy bags, apparently. We'll see. Maybe there's gonna be more. And now, since I found the first doggy bag, that means I triggered the location that they're going to appear everywhere else now. So before we go forward, let's find any... Oh. Yep, the doggy bags. We're gonna find the doggy bags before we go any further. Yep, there's one of them. Alright, we're on a roll. Oh, the body has been moved. Okay. Alright. We're gonna go and find the next, we're gonna do the next, right, we're starting. Alright. First order of business. Let's just go in all the rooms, of course. Guest room 1, Ty Lipson. Oh, doggy bag. No clues here. Hey, buddy, if you start snooping through my stuff, it's gonna be your lights out next. Whoa. Suspect added to case file, Ty Lipson, the victim's personal bodyguard. Wow. I hate to say it, but you suck at your job, dude. You let the You let the developer die. The name's Ty Lipson, and I serve the senior Billy Kramer as his personal bodyguard. Mr. Kramer hired me after my professional boxing career ended. I've worked for him ever since. I gotta give him credit for taking me in after I got knocked out in the ring for the last time. How many opportunities are there for a guy who's had as many concussions as I have? Of course, he never paid real well. It wasn't all bad flying around with him in the company jet, but it'd be nice to be able to afford a decent car of my own. You gotta hand it to Billy Kramer. He may look like a pork chop, but when it came to the negotiating table, that man was the heavyweight world champion. You said there's a letter? What letter? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not afraid of you, and I'm not squealing to you about any letter involving my boss. Ellipses. Yeah, Cleo, he's a little defensive. Yeah, I heard about the ghost legend surrounding this hotel from the innkeeper, Anna. I'm a tough guy, but that ghost stuff terrifies me. Clowns, too. Uh-oh. He's afraid of clowns. Billy Kramer's weird daughter showed up in one of her spooky costumes and knocked the wits out of me. Uh-oh. There I was, guarding the door from the lounge to the den, like I was supposed to do. Oh, voices. Okay, there I was guarding the door from the lounge to the den like I was supposed to do, when suddenly the door quietly opened and I was startled by what I saw. Oh snap, the white lady. I realized it must have been his daughter, Lana, the costume designer, in one of her Halloween costumes she always wears. Her costume looked like the white lady in the ghost legend the innkeeper mentioned. I tried to play it cool and not look scared, but you won't see me messing with ghosts. Besides, I could still hear my boss talking away in the den. Okay, that's weird. After that, I tried to forget about the ghost and kept watch outside the door while my boss and his meetings with the lawyer ended. I never saw anyone else enter or leave the den after that. Later, after the lights went out, the talking in the room stopped. Nervously, I opened the door to check on the senior Mr. Kramer. He was dead. Yeah. Where was I when the lights went out? I was outside the den, guarding the entrance the whole time, just like my boss wanted. Since that former employee showed up and crashed Mr. Kramer's party, he insisted I didn't let any more unwanted intruders see him. Did you hear that creepy ghost singing that started when the lights went out? I tried to cover my ears and drown out that horrible ghost singing. I didn't want that ghost entering my dreams when I'm sleeping. There's no way somebody could have gotten past me into the den when the lights were out. I stood guard the whole time. One moment. I just want to scroll this down a little. Actually, never mind. Suspicions. I think his daughter Lana killed him. She hasn't even left her room since the lights went out. She's the only one around here dresses up in costumes, so it had to have been her. That's all for now. What is the bodyguard guarding? Ellipses. It seems like there's something he's hiding. Maybe we can somehow find a way to make him tell us everything he knows. Alright, 2 out of 8. That animal doesn't look like much of a guard dog. Hey, don't underestimate Cleo. She's a Dober. I think she's a Dober. Yeah, she's a Doberman. But she's so sweet, and she just hunts for clues. All right, let's check our case file. Ty Lipson, Billy Kramer, the first personal bodyguard, who's a former boxer. The Cresta di Montagna innkeeper, business has suffered, probably because of the ghost. All right. Carol Winters. All right, let's talk to Carol. She looks a little bit like the doctor for the previous game, just with a different skin color, and they put glasses on her. Are you two here to solve my boss's murder? Hacktivision Games and its employees are depending on you. Suspect added to case file. Carol Winters, the victim's secretary. My name is Carol Winters, and I was assistant to the senior Billy Kramer. As you must know by now, he was one of the most powerful people in the video game industry, if not all of software and entertainment. Billy was known as a man who drove a hard bargain, but he always took good care of his lowly secretary anyway. I'm just concerned about what will happen to Hacktivision Games and our thousands of employees in the face of this buyout deal with Comp Inc. Billy was responsible for the well-being of many people. Hopefully his son has inherited his father's capable leadership skills, though honestly I have my doubts. Of course. Billy got all kinds of threatening notes. He may not have taken them seriously, but I did. At least one person who said they were going to kill him was serious about it. If you're as good as a detective as I've heard, then you'll be able to figure out who murdered him. Okay, you're like withholding information. Why don't you just flat out tell me? Whatever. The ghost. I don't believe in ghosts or paladins or of any of that stuff, but I did hear the singing earlier when the lights went out. There's something strange about the Cresta di Montagna Hotel. That's all I can say. Billy had been here before, along with the creative director, Jerry Small, as well as Russell Gallant, the deceased creative genius. It was 2 years ago. He had me book the arrangements, of course. Billy never talked about wanting to return to this hotel specifically. It was the Comp Inc. attorney, Ned Dillman, who talked him into it. Your alibi. When the lights went out, I was here in my room relaxing. At my age, I don't have the energy that I used to have anymore. This was supposed to be like a vacation. I'd gone downstairs to share a grappa toast with the victim's daughter, Lana, and then I came back up here. I was going to write a new diary entry. Suspicions. Billy had a lot of enemies. Any number of people at Hacktivision Games might have had it in for him, even with the company's stock price as high as it was. But I'm also wondering about Ned Dillman, the lawyer from Comp Inc. What if he thought Hacktivision's stock price was a little too high? Could he have killed him over a negotiating dispute with the buyout? No more questions. 3 of 8 total. Careful not to jump on me. I'm not exactly a spring chicken, you know. Okay. Carol Winters, the victim's secretary, looks out for the company. Hello there, Macas. Welcome. Welcome to the third game in the series. Murder is game over, deal killer. So this game is about Detective Guy and Cleo, the clue-sniffing dog. They are at the Italian Alps. We are in a lounge, and we're trying to figure out who killed a video game developer. He was the company president. Oh, and hello, Deus. So, yeah, I'm playing the third game of the series. I've enjoyed the other 2 games that I played. They're nice and comfy. Alright. Okay, we won't go upstairs just yet. Oh, there's Jerry Small from the first game, and a doggy bag. Oh, nice. You beat... Oh, Grizz! I've seen that game many times. Like, I always saw it on sale. I never did pull the trigger on that. That game looked pretty nice and artistic. But that's cool. Congrats on beating Grizz. Oh, and here's Jerry Small from the first game. He's dead. This is crazy. He's really dead. What's gonna happen to the Paladin Dream game franchise now? Suspect added to case file. Jerry Small, creative director at Hack Division Games. Wow. Okay. I'm kind of surprised there's no interaction yet. Like, hey, don't you remember me from the first game? Hello? I started at Hack Division Games as a quality assurance tester and rose to the rank of creative director after the late Lord Russell Gallant passed on, the dude that died the first game. I reported directly to Billy Kramer the first. To be honest, I don't think the senior Billy Kramer or his son cared about what I did with the Paladin Dream franchise, as long as it continued to make money hand over fist. So when I heard that he intended to sell the company to Comp Inc., it put my job in jeopardy. Paladin Dream is Hack Division's cash cow, and what happens to the fans when Comp Inc. starts messing up the game? They'd be fools to think they could do without me. He knows his worth. A letter? What exactly did this letter say? Well, my boss did make a lot of people upset. Some of them gave him feedback about it. I don't know anything about what you're talking about, though. Ellipses. Cleo suspects you and everyone else. I heard the ghostly singing just before the body was discovered. Oh yeah, there's also a ghost involved, apparently. I heard the ghostly singing just before the body was discovered. It was spooky, something out of a video game, like Paladin Dream. Once again, Paladin Dream is a real game. I haven't checked it out yet, though. I only learned about it after playing the first Murderer's Game Over. I wonder if it will be even worth my time. We'll see. Did you know that 2 years ago, I was at this same little hotel with Billy and Lord Russell Gallant? No. The deceased game creator? Can that be a coincidence? Maybe. 2 years ago. I just got back from my walk around the mountain ridge. Is my wife still out skiing with the trainer? Oh. Yeah, they're on the slopes with Mike and Sarah Jones. After this company retreat ends, I'll be putting everyone on mandatory forced overtime to make sure our new game doesn't miss the ship date. Wow. That's reason enough to kill you. Oh, look, there's Anna Russo, the hotel lady on the left. What's happened to you, Billy? When you hired me years ago, you were so passionate about making great games. Now it's all about profits. Someone's got to make sure we don't miss our ship date. You creative types don't know the difference between a balance sheet and a bed sheet. You should take some time off work yourself, too. The first time I went to this resort, 10 years ago, I found something when I was exploring the mountain that could make a guy like me rich. You found what, Lord Gallant? That's right. When you're passionate and dedicated, sometimes the inspiration just comes and the wealth finds you. I could use some of that wealth about now. A game tester's salary isn't exactly enormous. Follow your dreams. You never know what treasures you might find. There's treasure hidden here on this mountain for anyone with the bravery to chase after it. You're saying you found treasure here on this remote mountain peak? Sure, Jerry. Take a leap of faith. Trust me. Alright, that's enough blathering from you two. There better be some redeeming qualities about you. Treasure on a mountain. I still don't know what Lord Gallant meant by that little speech. Maybe there actually is treasure. Because, in the previous two games, there was side quests with treasure. And it gave me extra endings. I was here in this room when it happened. I came on this trip in hopes of making one last plea with my boss not to sell the company. But he and the Comp Inc. lawyer spent hours negotiating every last detail. Unfortunately, I never had the courage to barge in there, past his bodyguard. Yeah. They say that to solve a murder mystery, you're supposed to look at who benefits from the death. In this case, the answer to that question is easy. The beneficiary is his son, Billy Kramer II, with his father murdered. Now Billy Kramer Jr. is in line to take over the company, and he can do whatever he wants. It's not fair. Whether it's under Comp Inc. or Junior Billy Kramer's poor leadership, he'll probably chase away all the fans, and I'll be out of a job. Damn. The creative director seems on edge. Ellipses. It seems like there's something he's hiding. Maybe we can somehow find a way to make him tell us everything he knows. Alright. So Jerry Smalls, our fourth. Hey there, Cleo. Do you like Italian food? Maybe. Well, we know Cleo likes poutine. She loves her gravy fries with lobster and poutine with Boston cream donuts. I look forward to see what kind of poutine is going to be added at the end of this game. It's probably going to be poutine with spaghetti or ravioli or some other Italian treat, I don't know, or food. I mean, there's tons. All right. Guess we'll go upstairs. Wow. Oh, doggy bag. Yay. What? Based on the innkeeper's description, the victim's bedroom must be the big one at the other end of the hall. The Emperor's suite behind that blue rug. Oh. We'll check that later after we check all the other rooms. Sandra Berg. Oh, there's a clue in here too. I should never have come here. This was a mistake. A professional like me should have known better. Suspect added to case file. Sandra Berg, Executive Director of Sales with Hacktivision Games. Recently terminated. Uh-oh. The senior Billy Kramer was my boss at Hacktivision Games. I worked there for 3 years until what happened recently. Mr. Kramer poached me from his largest competitor by making me a deal that was too good to turn down, including a provision for a very large bonus in the event that the company was sold. I was the one who initially introduced Billy Kramer at first to Comp Inc. and set up the initial meeting with their acquisition lawyer, Ned Dillman. Dillman. After several rounds of negotiations, Mr. Kramer told me he received a promising offer. The next thing I knew, I was fired. The whole thing was ridiculous. I don't care what that greedy bastard or his fool of a son have to say about it. Let's see. I met with Billy a couple of hours before the lights went out. Uh-oh. You can't fire me. If it wasn't for me, this big buyout deal wouldn't even be on the table. Well, Sandra, if you have the audacity to send me a death threat, then that's what happens. This is ridiculous. You have no proof that I wrote you that note. Why don't you at least let me read it? Look at yourself. You're crazy enough to show up at this private party as an uninvited guest, a private party for a firm that you no longer work at. How did you even find out about this event anyway? Who told you? Never mind. Mark my words, Billy Kramer. I'm gonna get the bonus you promised me, or there's no telling what I'll do to you. You can't say stuff like that, because you're gonna be suspected. And maybe you're gonna be the killer, you might not be. Ty, show this unhinged woman out of here. Now do your job. Alright, you heard Mr. Kramer. Miss Berg, I'm gonna need to ask you to leave. Damn. I knew he was a penny pincher, but I didn't think he'd stoop so low to get out of paying a finder's fee. Coming all the way to Italy to confront my own boss was a horrible idea, no matter how unfair my situation is. Are you talking about the death threat? Billy Kramer fired me because he said that he received a death threat and blamed me for it. That was a lie. Why would I have wanted to kill my boss? I mean, you kind of said a while back. You kind of have a motive, but maybe you did not do it. Even if I had sent my boss a death threat, it's not like he took that stuff seriously. Hacktivision customers sent him threatening notes every time we raised our prices, and he didn't bat an eye. I heard that spooky singing when the lights went out, but I don't believe in ghosts. Kramer's bodyguard, Ty Lipson, is terrified of ghosts, though, and Kramer's daughter, Lana, worked as a costume designer on some horror flicks. When the lights went out, I was downstairs in the lounge. I was fuming over my lost bonus. I need the money to pay off my mortgage. I saw you and your dog as you both walked in the front door. The senior Mr. Kramer's secretary, Carol Winters, may look like a sweet old lady, but appearances can be deceiving. Carol knew everything about what went on with the senior Billy Kramer, and she wrote it all down in her diary. Carol Winters was never happy about the buyout, and always concerned about how it would affect Hacktivision's thousands of employees. Nothing else now. Alright. Big business really is a dog-eat-dog world, don't you think? Oh, we found a clue in the chest of drawers. It's a pink slip. This memo details Executive Sandra Berg being terminated from Hacktivision by the murder victim. Oh. The memo accuses her of sending her boss a death threat as a cause for firing. She's called a danger to the company and buyout bid from Comp Inc. It's signed Billy. Ellipses. You're right, Cleo. The letter we received was signed William Kramer I. But if the man called himself Billy and signed his official paperwork that way, could that mean that the letter we received really wasn't from him? Did somebody else impersonate Billy Kramer I and send us that letter? The clue is saved to your case file. Cleo deserves a treat. Wow. Alright. Nothing about... Alright. A memo from the victim to Sandra Berg about her firing. A recently fired executive from Hacktivision Games. Alright. Let's go to the next room. Whoa. Doggy bag? Oh. There's the victim's daughter. Look at her skin. She's dead. There's been another murder. What? What? Ellipses. Of course. She's a zombie? How long was I asleep? Who are you? You don't look like you work for Hacktivision. Suspect added to case file. Lana Kramer, the victim's daughter. I guess my makeup was pretty convincing. I had you fooled. Kinda. You're saying that my father is dead? He's been murdered? That's what this is all about? I'm sorry, my tears must be ruining my makeup. Gosh, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to react. He and I weren't exactly close, but I never wished something like this on him. My father spent all his time devoted to running Hack Division games and was an absentee for most of my life. Sometimes I wonder if he even knew if I was even alive. I was hoping that after he sold his company to Comp Inc. that his attitude would change. That's why I'm here at this party and why I'm wearing zombie makeup. I was planning to trick him into thinking I was dead and hope it might get him to rearrange his priorities a little before I fell asleep in my hotel room. I'm a professional costume designer. After all, my brother Billy Jr. joined Hack Division, but I don't want any part in my father's ruthless business practices. The letter. Yeah, my father got death threats all the time. Lots of nerd rage over high prices and microtransactions mostly. Yeah, high prices and DLC. He never took anything like that seriously. He always kept that big burly bodyguard, Ty, around so nobody messed with him. My dad had enemies. I'm not gonna lie. It's because of the way he treated people. I'll save you some time and tell you to your face that he and I were on the best of terms. I heard the innkeeper, Anna, talking about this area being haunted. I spend most of my time on movie sets in the city. This is my first time up this high in the mountains. It's interesting because several months ago, I received an anonymous commission to make a costume that looked like the ghost in the Alpine legend, the White Lady. Yeah, that was it. I even brought some costumes with me on this trip. There's not much space in these little hotel rooms, so Anna kindly agreed to store them in the hotel basement. If you go down to the storage room, you'll find my costumes there. Alright. I didn't even know my father had died. I was in here, asleep. Alright. Or was I drugged? I wonder. I love my wine as much as the next gal, but even in the past when I drank that much, I've never been conked out like this before. Murder is not murder, Saki. Saki. Saki, honey. Listen, no matter how you slice it, yeah, choice of words there. Murder is murder. And in this series, when you're murdered, it's game over. There ain't no coming back to life. There are no extra lives when you get murdered. And when you get murdered, you're not going to reload your last save. You're not going to hit the rewind button. But hello, Saki. Murder is bad. I love my wine as much as the next gal, but even in the past, when I drank that much, I've never been conked out like this before. Earlier today, I was drinking grappa with my dad's secretary, Carol Winters, to celebrate the buyout deal. If someone drugged a bottle of grappa, how come I'm the only one who was affected by it? If you could find the bottle of grappa, can you let me know if somebody put something in it? One way or the other, it sounds like I slept through these horrific events. It sounds to me like this is an open and shut case. That thing that was killed was not human. Yeah. Suspicions. My father surrounded himself with aggressive business types. That was his way. He never worried that somebody in his circle would be even more unscrupulous than he was. But the way he took advantage of people was totally reprehensible. He called it negotiating, but it was really just finding ways to make people indebted to him so he could control them. Take Ty Lipson, my dad's bodyguard, for example. He knew Ty was desperate after Ty's boxing career ended, and he paid him as little as possible. If a dangerous man like Ty Lipson needed money and resented my father, there's no telling what he might stoop to. I'm sorry. Suspect found, 6 out of 8. I didn't scare you, did I, sweetie? No, Cleo's not afraid of
Hmm.
anything. I mean, me and Cleo in the last game ran away from a ghost who wasn't really a ghost. It was Old Man Jenkins. Nah, it was Todd Beckett. Friggin' Todd. Oh, there's Ned Dillman. And there's a clue in his drawer, but we're
Hmm.
gonna talk to him first. Now that there's been a suspicious death, I guess we do need a detective here after all. Suspect added to case file, Ned Dillman, Esquire, corporate buyout agreement lawyer for Comp Inc. There's nothing I can tell you about Billy Kramer I, founder and president of Hacktivision Games, that you can't find in the company's stock report. I was proud to sit on the other side of the desk from him, working for Comp Inc. We had recently finalized the terms of the deal. Comp Inc. had agreed to buy Hacktivision for billions of dollars, and the senior Mr. Kramer was poised to become one of the world's richest men. Billy Kramer's finesse at the negotiating table was second to none. He pushed the envelope whenever he could and drove a hard bargain. But my employer, the world's leading computer conglomerate, has been financial coffers. I even helped him organize this trip to the Alps as a celebration for him and his accomplishments. I hoped that the mountain air and a stiff drink would ease his ruthless disposition, but found out that the man doesn't ski and he doesn't drink. Yes, you mentioned earlier that you had received a letter in the mail from the late Mr. Kramer. He denied it. Even after his untimely death, I still maintain my stance that Billy Kramer never would have sent a letter to the detective. This is a man who received mountains of hate mail from angry gamers and just shrugged. I can't say I'm surprised that somebody wanted to kill Billy Kramer I, but I am surprised that he would seriously worry about it. Are you arguing that there's a strong case for his death being some kind of a supernatural murder? The blackout, the ghostly singing, the legend of the White Lady, apparition's curse? This is definitely outside my specialization. Anna, the innkeeper, certainly seems to take it seriously. Your alibi. When the lights in the hotel went out, I was with you, detective. The only person who was near the den at that time was Billy Kramer Sr.'s bodyguard, Ty Lipson. If Ty wanted to kill his employer, he could have taken him down with a single punch. He wouldn't have needed a Roman dagger to do it. Unless he wanted to be extra devious, I guess. I don't think Ty's got the wits for that. Yeah, boxer. The innkeeper, Anna Russo, seems to be going through a lot of trouble over this supposed ghost legend. I don't know what to think about that. Do you think it's possible that she somehow concocted this supernatural murder to drum up attention for this little hotel? As you can see, it's not exactly a popular destination right now. I'd keep an eye on that innkeeper if I was in your position, detective. I mean, okay, 7 out of 8. I wasn't expecting a dog to be here. Does that dog have the proper legal paperwork? Listen here. Cleo has no need for paperwork. She is above paperwork. And without her, I wouldn't have solved any of these cases. So step off.
Hmm.
Oh, look, we found a clue hidden in the bookshelf. It's Hacktivision Games' company balance sheet. This document shows details of the company buyout. Comp Inc. agreed to buy the company stock at an all-time high price. When this deal went through, it would have made Billy Kramer one of the richest people alive. Comp Inc. would even have taken out a bank loan to cover the costs. There's a provision for Sandra Berg to get a big cut of the deal, but Hacktivision's other executives and thousands of employees would have been at the mercy of their new owner. The terms of the deal are great for Billy Kramer I, good for Miss Berg, and very risky for everybody else involved. Could the solution to the senior Billy Kramer's murder be hidden in the fine print somewhere? Of course. It's gotta be. Let's see. Lana Kramer, a feisty independent costume designer, the lawyer from Comp Inc. who negotiated the buyout. Alright. Balance sheet. Report shows details of the company sale. Alright. Let's do a save real quick. The final suspect. And a doggy bag. Yay. No clues in here? We'll talk to Billy Kramer in a second. You again, detective? I'm sick of my time being wasted like this. Suspect added to case file. Billy Kramer II, Vice President of Hacktivision Games. My father was the founder and president of world-famous Hacktivision Games. Now that he's gone, the company passes on to me. What am I gonna do without Daddy? How am I supposed to run the company on my own? I should have spent more time paying attention in those meetings and less time watching 1980s police dog cartoons. Aw. You're asking whether my father received any strange letters? Of course he did. All kinds of angry gamers wrote complaints all the time. What would you expect? He never took anything that came in the mail seriously. Of course it was all just business to him. And he certainly wouldn't have called on some 2-bit detective with a dog and flown them out to our private blowout party here in the Alps. Hey, don't be a punk. My father booked this hotel 2 years ago, too. He didn't say anything about it being haunted back then. Between you and I, Daddy's big burly bodyguard, Ty Lipson, is absolutely terrified of ghosts. Clowns, too. Back at the office, I used to play spooky pranks on him when I was supposed to be working. Where was I when the lights went out? Are you kidding? I was standing there right in front of you in the lounge entrance. What kind of detective are you? How long until the storm stops and the real police show up? Sandra Berg, the former Hacktivision executive, wanted my father dead. She even said so herself. My father recently terminated her for good reason. I can't believe she had the audacity to show up here and protest. How Sandra even found out about this place is a mystery to me, but my father had Ty promptly throw her out. You said that Sandra Berg came here to protest being fired. Why would she do that? That's our company policy. Is none of your business. I don't have to answer to you. You're not even a cop. Such a nosy amateur detective. Resist the urge to bite him, Cleo. Ellipses. Mario flipped Remy upside down? Okay. Sorry for your loss. Why is the victim's son telling me the whole truth? Who is he protecting? Ellipses. It seems like there's something he's hiding. Maybe we can somehow find a way to make him tell us everything he knows. Alright, we got all the suspects. Inherited his ruthlessness, but not his focus. Yeah. Get that annoying mutt out of my face. I need to concentrate. What am I supposed to do now? Cleo resists the urge to bite his face off. This is the door to the guest room where the victim was staying, the Emperor's suite. It's locked. That's odd. I wonder if the innkeeper has the master key. Alright. Let's go and talk to Anna. Right now, it's hard to build up a case against any one suspect based on where they were when the lights went out. According to the suspect testimonies, the victim was alone in the den, with his bodyguard just outside the room. Everyone else was either here in the lounge or alone in their bedrooms. It seems impossible that anyone could sneak past Ty Lipson into the den to kill Billy Kramer I when the lights went out. Unless Ty himself is the murderer, of course. Except, I don't think it was tied. We don't know yet, but I don't think it's gonna be him. Hey you, give us the master key. Why do you need the master key? I don't want you going to my office or the basement. Those areas aren't meant for guests. I need the key so I can enter the murder victim's bedroom. Very well, just be careful, wandering around in this old hotel. Hey, what happened to the key? It's gone. Oh, that's right, the attorney, Ned Dillman, asked me if he could borrow it earlier, so I gave it to him. You should ask him what he did with the master key. That same key also unlocks my office, which leads to the hotel basement. Great. Alright, thank you. Alright, so now we gotta go to Ned Dillman. He's upstairs. He's in this room. Hey, Ned. Hang on. The master key. You're looking for the hotel key? I borrowed it from the innkeeper earlier. I was planning to lock up the den with the dead body in it until you were ready to investigate. The innkeeper said I could have it to look for clues. I don't see a search warrant or even an official police badge. Let me remind you that any business documents and technical equipment found in this hotel are property of Hacktivision Games and Comp Inc. Don't even think about laying one finger on my briefcase without procuring the proper paperwork. All I want is to figure out who murdered Billy Kramer the First. I have no personal interest in the affair other than bringing the killer to justice. Very well, the master key is yours. Wait, it's not in my pocket. Someone took it from me. Of course! The senior Billy Kramer's secretary, Carol Winters, came up to me and started talking. I got distracted. Yes, I think precisely that Carol Winters took the hotel key. If you want to find it, you should ask her about it next. Why a mere secretary would take an interest in such important affairs is beyond me, though. Okay. Later, Ned Dillman. More like Ned Dillhole. Ha! Got him. You're looking for the hotel key? Alright, it's true. I swiped it from Ned Dillman when he wasn't looking. I used it to lock Billy's hotel room after his death. I suppose a private dick like you wouldn't understand why someone like me would do that, do you? Alright, I took the hotel master key to protect Billy and protect the company after his death. Hacktivision Games is filled with company secrets, some of which Billy kept with him in his hotel bedroom. The company's secrets need to stay private no matter what. Who knows what would happen if all this classified information got out into the press? It will be chaotic. It could even affect the company employees or selling the company. But now that Billy is dead, we need you to investigate what happened here. Take the hotel key and unlock the door to the Emperor's suite upstairs. No matter what, just find out who murdered my boss. Got the hotel key. Yay. Hotel master key obtained. Ellipses. You're right, Cleo. Let's open the door to the victim's room and search for clues. Alright. Alright. The key got passed around. A lot. Oh, another save prompt. Ellipses. Let's see what secrets are hiding in the Emperor's suite. You unlocked a new area. Check the map menu for an updated map. Okay, let's see what we have access to. Let's see. Is that really necessary? I knew I wasn't imagining it. Okay, so. Hotel office, hotel bar, kitchen, electrical room, Emperor Suite, Mountain Ridge. Hold on. Alright, we came from... That's where we came from. Alright. It's dark in here. Lovely. Alright, well, it's time to look for clues. Doggy bag. Oh, there's a clue. Oh, there's 2 clues. Alright. A clue hidden on the shelf. This is a death threat sent to the murder victim. Oh boy. It's a warning to Billy Kramer, the first, that if he sells out Hacktivision to Comp Inc., then his life will be in danger. No matter how ruthless and aggressive you are in business, there is always going to be someone even more ruthless and aggressive than you. The writing is very explicit and contains detailed knowledge of Hacktivision's inner workings. Who wrote this? Alright. We got a clue. Now we get the next clue. Hang on. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, we got that clue. Alright, there it is. What is that? This folder is full of photographs of Billy Kramer the First taken from his office. What's he doing? It looks like he's at his desk looking for a balance sheet and some kind of threatening note. He's writing somebody a notice of... One moment. Let me take care of something. Alright, that's taken care of. It looks like he's at his desk looking at a balance sheet and some kind of threatening note. He's writing somebody a notice of termination, a pink slip. We already found the balance sheet. This looks just like the threatening note we found. We recovered the pink slip. This must be the memo that Billy Kramer the First wrote to fire Sandra Berg. Ellipses. So this proves that he fired Sandra Berg after looking at the balance sheet. And later, he used the death threat as an excuse. Who took the picture, and what were they looking to get out of it? The clue was saved to your case file. Cleo deserves a treat. Looks like there's nothing else here. Alright. Death threat. A threatening note sent to Billy Kramer the First. The balance sheet. Blackmail photos. Proves that the victim did something incriminating. Shouldn't that say incriminating? Yeah, incriminating. I found a few typos in the second game. And there's a typo here too, so whatever. Alright. Here goes. Alright. So where should I go next, I wonder? Actually, I know where to go. There's new areas I could go to. Yeah. I don't have to talk to any of these people again. Oh, might as well. Why do you need the master key? I don't want you going to my office or the basement. Those areas are meant for guests. Alright. Oh, this is just... Oh. Hey, what happened to the key? Oh. Oh, this is the same repeated dialogue. Alright. One moment, everybody. I need to step away for a moment. I'm gonna leave you with this nice music. I'll be right back. I won't be long. Okay, everybody, I've returned. Ah, man. Hi. Welcome. Well, I'm back. I just... One moment. I need to fix my little guy here. Alright. Okay, everybody. Let me just get situated again. I returned. I just needed to... I just needed to use the restroom real quickly and wash my hands. So it's all good. Alright. We good? We're good. I didn't wanna leave you all waiting any longer. Because believe me, I am invested in this game. The last two games left me the same impression. Let's see, we can go to the office, it looks like. There's the kitty. Sorry, kitty. Alright, let's see if we can go into the office. Oh, we can. Hotel office. We have clues, everybody. There's 2 clues here. These crampons will allow us to explore the snowy, icy mountain ridge outside. Awesome. Now we can go explore the area around the hotel. Crampons obtained. Awesome. We basically got another key. allows the detectives to explore the icy mountain. Cleo found a clue hidden in the bookshelf. It's the hotel logbook. This shows all the guests who have stayed in the Crusty di Montagna Hotel. Now that's interesting. This place used to be a thriving tourist destination, but since 2 years ago, the attendance has been very sparse. Some of the few guests staying here have even left the hotel early before their booked vacation times were finished. I wonder why. The clue is saved to your case file. Chloe deserves a treat, as always. Chloe deserves all the treats. Hotel logbook. The log of hotel guests. The log of hotel guests. There have been very few. Maybe they were all spooked up from the ghost. Hotel bar. This hotel used to have a lovely bar and restaurant down here. There's a clue over there. We can go that way. There's a doggy bag. Doggy bag. Alright. We got 2 doggy bags. And we're going to... Oh! Cleo found a clue. Yeah, that's right. Grappa di Opera. This must be the special bottle of grappa that the victim's daughter, Lana Kramer, was drinking from earlier, before the murder happened. She said that she drank a lot, and then she fell asleep. She thought it might be drugged. What do you think, Leo? Ellipses. You're saying it's clean? What? Alright, Cleo. If you see the bottle is clean, then it's clean. That's interesting. Wow. Cleo has fine taste. And she might know that it might have not been drugged. A bottle containing an alcoholic beverage. It was not drugged. Confirmed by Cleo, the dog. Excuse me, Cleo the clue-sniffing dog, as she is known. Kitchen. We're in the deep, dank kitchen. Oh, look, doggy bag. And there's a clue. We'll get the clue in a moment. Cleo found a clue hidden in the microwave. Uh-oh. This is a police dog This is a police dog comic book. Who reads this? Probably Billy Kramer II, because he mentioned he used to watch cartoons. And I guess there's a comic of this dude. The victim's son said he liked that show, but I'm surprised he takes something like this with him on an important trip. Alright. We got a comic book we found in a microwave. That's freaking weird. A police dog comic book based on the cartoon. I wonder how relevant that's going to be. We're at the electrical room. Can we, like, turn the lights on? This apparatus is where the electrical fuses for the hotel are stored. I wonder what that computer is for. Everything seems to be running okay now. The clue is saved to your case file. Cleo deserves a treat. Electric controller. Apparatus controls the lights controls the lights of the hotel. This must be Lana Kramer's box, full of the costumes she's working on. Oh wow, that's the same box of... That's the same container of costumes from the first game. Okay, this must be Lana Kramer's box full of the costumes she's working on. Ellipses. Good idea, Cleo. I wonder if I could use these costumes as disguises to get more information out of some of these uncooperative suspects. The bodyguard, the creative director, and the victim's son were all especially dodgy. Maybe this will help with those 3 suspects in particular. Which costume would you like Detective Guy to wear? Alright, I'm gonna humor myself, and so I saw that there's achievements for talking to all of the suspects with a costume on. So I'm going to talk to each, like, suspect with the costume on to get my silly achievement. At the same time, I'll also, I'll get my information. But man, can I just switch my costumes whenever I can? Do I have to actually calm down here every time? We'll see. Let's become a paladin. Disguise command added to the main... Oh, thank goodness! I can switch my costume whenever I want. Disguise command added to main menu. So I'm a paladin from Paladin Quest. Hold on. Oh, even the portrait's different. I'm a ghost clown. I am Pennywise. Or the ghost clown from Scooby-Doo. Can I become a furry? Police dog. Yep. Oh, geez. That looks like a latex mask or something. Alright, hang on. We're gonna do this by the book. And by the book, I mean, we're gonna talk to, you know... Alright, we found all the clues and doggy bags. It has to be dark down here. Let's see if I can use these costume disguises to get more information out of these strange suspects. Ellipses. You're right, Cleo. I've got to be careful not to look like a complete fool. Yeah. But you know what? Before we do that, I wanna explore outside. There's so much snow that it's hard to see. We've got to be careful about getting turned around while exploring the mountain ridge. Let's see. Can I just go... This is the only place I can go to, maybe? Oh, doggy bag. Found a doggy bag. Doggy bag. Oh, we found a clue. We found a clue buried in the snow. It's a receipt for an expensive dinner for 2 at a steakhouse in Torino. What's it doing way out here in the snow? It's lucky that Cleo managed to find it at all. Okay, that's weird. The bill was paid by the Comp Inc. attorney, Ned Dillman. Who was his dinner guest? Yeah, who was his dinner guest? Steakhouse receipt. A receipt for dinner for two at an expensive restaurant. Do we actually have to... Wow. Okay. It's like they mention it. What the... It was a kitty. Oh, lynx encounter. Approach the wild lynx on the mountain and see what happens. Oh, we found a lynx, everybody. And I'm surprised that the lynx didn't tear us apart. Alright. What? There's something else here. Oh, there's an inn. And a doggy bag. Hang on. Wait. Did we just wrap around? We did. Oh, wow. It repeated itself. Okay, hold up. Oh. Cleo found a clue. This notebook belongs to someone working at Hack Division Games. Dated 2 months ago. At the suggestion of the Comp Inc. lawyer, Ned Dillman, we booked the same Italian Alpine hotel for the company holiday party. Maybe it's meant to be symbolic of all the success Hack Division has had since then. I didn't see Sandra Berg's name on the guest list for the Hack Division company holiday party though. I wonder why she isn't being included. It must be an oversight. I told Sandra about the party and gave her an invitation myself. After all, it's because of the deal she brokered that this whole thing is happening. Dated last month. My boss, Mr. Billy Kramer I, is so accustomed to reading angry letters from gamers that he doesn't know a serious threat when he sees one. Recently, he received a threatening note which warned that if he followed through and sold the company to Comp Inc., he should fear for his life. So I'm looking for a way to protect Mr. Kramer. He'd be upset if I got the whole police involved. So I searched through his contacts for someone that might be able to help. I found a detective team who solved Lord Russell Gallen's murder in Vermont on Mr. Guy and Cleo. Maybe they could help us again by protecting the senior Mr. Kramer now. I even embezzled some money from my boss to pay for their flights to the company party in the Alps. It was the only way to reach the detectives in time. At least I hope it will be fast enough. Every day the danger increases. Oh. Who wrote this? Whoever it was is responsible for impersonating Billy Kramer I and writing to us, Cleo. Alright, so we got another... belonging to someone close to the victim, the employee's notebook. Alright, let's stick up here. It's also nice to know, for better or worse, that this whole world, or these Alps, wrap around Hey, we found the doggy bag. Well, we made it around town again. Now, before we go any further, let's stick to the middle. Oh, yep. We found 21. Hmm. Now, there's something I want to check. One more thing. I'm just gonna check by the cliff. What? Oh, it's the lynx again. Cute. It's weird because in the first game we found a bear. I'm surprised the bear did not murder us. And I'm surprised the lynx didn't even destroy us either. Okay, hang on. I just want to check the cliff. Okay. Okay, we wrapped around. Alright. Well, it's time to show everybody our wonderful costumes. So you're a paladin, right? The White Lady Spirit's long-lost husband has returned. Are you here to guide me to the sacred treasure? No, I don't think so. Okay. So, about ghosts. Yeah, I put Lana Kramer's box of costumes in the basement. You really shouldn't be tampering with the possessions of my hotel guests. Hello. Alright, now you're scaring me a little bit with that costume. Alright. So now I gotta use all the disguises. So, if you're so smart, then why are you dressed like you're in a video game? Oof, game over, I guess. Are you for real, Detective? Wolf. Oh my gosh! It's a good ghost clown! Ellipses. Hey, this is working. This tough guy is really afraid of me when I'm wearing this disguise. Please don't haunt my dreams. No, please. That all depends on whether you tell me what I want to know. Alright, ghosts. You're a ghost, that means you can read my mind, right? Yes, that's right. I know all. If you dare to try and lie to me, then you'll be sorry. So you know about the time I spilled my energy drink on Jerry Small's computer by accident? Absolutely. Then you also know about the time I punched a dent in Billy Kramer's Jr.'s new Beamer? That's right, I know everything bad you did, even if nobody saw it. Then you certainly know about... Oh no, you know about that too. Confession. Tell me what you did, or I will terrorize your sleep forever. It'll be just like that time when you got knocked out. That time when you got knocked out. When you? Alright, I was gonna blackmail my boss. Bad. several weeks ago. You know, son, I've been racking my brain trying to find a way not to pay Sandra Berg that hefty bonus she's supposed to get when we sell the company. But today I got a death threat and I figured it out. I guess it's a good thing so many people out there hate me sometimes. No? Huh? Billy, are you paying attention? You need to stop watching children's cartoons when you're supposed to be working. What is it, Dad? Sometimes I honestly don't know whether or not you've got what it takes to run a huge company. Alright, I'm listening now. Good, I want you to sneak this death threat into Sandra Berg's desk papers after she's left the office. Then tomorrow, we'll both go into her office and act like we just discovered it in her personal belongings. Why do you want to pin this death threat on Sandra Berg? If we can frame her for writing this death threat, then I have a justification to fire her. Bye-bye to her huge bonus. Aren't you at least a little worried that somebody who works for you wants to kill you? Maybe I should call a detective. Oh, that's not necessary. That's what I have that brainless brute guarding the door outside my office for. Where is he right now? Anyway, I'm only worried about all the money I'd lose if I were forced to pay Sandra Berg's sales commission. Problem solved. You're a genius, Dad. Try and learn something, alright, son? Yeah, he was over there. This must have been the folder of photographs I found in the victim's bedroom. I found out that Mr. Kramer was planning to fire Sandra Berg so that she wouldn't get her bonus. Then he could keep the money for himself. Somebody sent him a death threat and he blamed it on her without any evidence. I found out about it. I was going to threaten to tell Sandra. Paying me off would have been cheaper for him than risking a lawsuit once she found out. I was waiting for my chance to talk about it with Mr. Kramer, but then somebody really did kill him. Then what happened to your photographs, the ones you were planning to use to blackmail the victim? He must have discovered where I hid them. I knew I was going to be in trouble. I wanted more money, but that doesn't make me a killer. The detective. Say, do you remember that detective who was here earlier? Yeah, what about him? Where was he gone to anyway? If he thinks I killed my boss, I'm gonna slug him in the face. I'm sorry I asked. Finished. Alright. Alright. Okay, so I got information. Oh, hold up. I see something. I see a connecting square in the lower left corner I don't have access to yet. Alright. You look like you should be looking for a job as promotional talent at one of our big expo booths. Is that what you're going for? The dog ate my resume? Boo? I heard that you were a capable detective, but you really are just a clown. I'm disappointed. I really need to focus on the case. Hello. What in the world are you doing? Is that fursuit cutting off the circulation to your brain? This was a dumb idea, doggone it. Fursuit. That's cute. Oh no. A paladin? Am I dreaming? Yep. Can this be a mystical sign from Lord Russell Gallant, the original game creator who is deceased? What does Lord Gallant want from me? Ellipses. Hey, this is working. He's actually taking my paladin disguise seriously. Now we can discover what he's been hiding. Paladin Dream. As the creative director for Paladin Dream, I've done everything I can to help build on what Lord Russell Gallant started. 2 years ago, I was here at this same mountain hotel with him and Billy Kramer the first. Can that be a coincidence? He and I had this strange conversation where he claimed there was treasure hidden on the mountain. It didn't quite make sense to me. Lord Gallant loved riddles. He was a game designer after all. I'm just not that great at solving riddles. Are you? Of course, Billy was all business as always, and he wouldn't have any of it, but I wonder if there really is something to what Lord Gallant said. All I hope that I've at least made Lord Gallant proud with my dedication to Paladin Dream. Your secret. Forgive me, Lord Gallant. I was the one who wrote the death threat to Billy Kramer the first. Oh. Ellipses. Could this be the death threat that could this be the death threat referenced in the letter we received from the murder victim? The one summoning us here? He must mean the threatening note we found in the victim's bedroom. This is all my fault. If I hadn't been foolish enough to write that death threat for my boss, maybe none of this would have happened. So that was you? Why did you do it? When Hacktivision Games was to be sold to Comp Inc., my job suddenly became in jeopardy. I worked my way up from being only a humble game tester to the creative director for the Paladin Dream game franchise. It's not fair. Everyone knows Comp Inc. brought the company because that game franchise is so lucrative. That's the whole reason this big buyout deal happened. Sure, it's great for business, but what happens to the game when new owners let me go? Paladin Dream needs me. I'm the one who knew Lord Russell Gallant the best, and I'm the only one capable of thinking like him and making the right decisions. That's why I sent my boss that death threat. I wanted to make it seem like selling the company would put his life in danger, in addition to just my job being in danger. I guess someone really did plan to kill Billy Kramer the first all along. The detective. If Detective Guy knew I sent my boss a death threat, then he'd suspect me as the murderer, so I'm not inclined to help him. But if you really are a legendary paladin from Lord Gallant's game, then maybe you should have this. It hasn't done me any good. This parchment contains a riddle that Lord Russell Gallant gave to me. Take this parchment containing the riddle. Maybe it will be of more use to you than it's been to me. Let's read the first line of this riddle. Step 1. Stand where light and heat once burned, next to frozen feet. I better write this down. Or rather, type this down. Let's see. First, I gotta put a few names down too, so I can thank a few people at the end of this stream. Alright. Okay. So, what's this called? Alright. Step 1. Stand where light and heat once burned, next to frozen feet. I think I have an idea on that. I think they're talking about a campfire or a fireplace. I did see one outside. Lord Gallant's riddle obtained. Riddle command added to main menu. Just don't show this riddle to that nosy detective. You mean me? You know, you're talking to him. Tell me everything now, mortal, or beware. Detective? Be afraid? Take off that spooky clown disguise. I know you're not a real ghost. If Lord Russell Gallant, the creator of Paladin Dream, were here, he'd know what to do. Howdy. Take off that fursuit and get back to solving the mystery. What does this look like, Comic-Con? If Lord Russell Gallant, the creator of Paladin Dream, were here, he'd know what to do. Alright. You know, before I proceed with the game, let's see if we can actually solve that riddle, like right now. Let's take another look at that riddle and see if we can find anything that might help solve this murder mystery. Where is the location that the rhyme describes? Stand where light and heat once burned next to the frozen feet. You mean... Hang on. We're gonna... I think there was one over here. I knew it. Step 1. Stand where light and heat once burned next to frozen feet. This fireplace out in the snow seems to be the spot mentioned in Lord Gallant's riddle. What happens next? Step 2. Chase after your spirit guide to the leap of faith down the mountainside. Oh. Chase after your spirit guide to the leap of faith down the mountainside. Yeah. I think I know what they're referring to. Alright. Yeah, let's do this. What's that supposed to be, Cleo? Ellipses. What the? Did I move? Chase after your spirit guide. That Alpine Lynx, that's it. Ellipses. Cleo, you're a dog. Go after that cat. Okay. So... I guess we have to chase after the lynx. Oh, hello. Look, Leo, there's the lynx, near the mountain ledge. What's it doing? What? Oh, there it is. Hang on. I'm gonna save real quick. Jump. Where to jump? Chase after your spirit guide to the leap of faith down the mountainside. This must be the leap of faith. Yikes, let's see what happens. Oh. Phew, that was close. The soft, deep cushion of snow here broke our fall. Ellipses. Look, the mouth of this secret cave is hidden by the walls of the mountain. We'll do a spare save. It did a prompt, but we'll see. You unlocked a new area. Check the map menu for an updated map. Let's see what Lord Gallant's riddle says next. Behind the statue in this cave lies a secret to save. Behind the statue in this cave lies a secret to save. What kind of secret? I wonder. We'll have Cleo. Oh, look. 22 out of 25. Oh, looks like we had to come down here after all. There's a rope. We'll get the rope later, though. Hmm. Alright, well, let's get the rope first. Just in case. It's some climbing rope. This will be useful when we need to get out of this cave and go back to the hotel. Nice. Alright. Rope used to climb up the mountain cliff. Alright. Oh. Secret chamber. Oh boy. 23 out of 25. Okay. Uh-oh. It's the deceased game designer, Lord Russell Gallant's journal. Dated 2 years ago. To my dear friend Jerry Small. If you are reading this, then it means you've solved my riddle. Congratulations. When I was exploring the mountain ridge, I fell and happened on the entrance to this cave. It looks to be an old Christian hermitage from medieval times. The incredible dream I experienced in this cave became the basis for my game, Paladin Dream, which went on to make me very wealthy. So you see, the true meaning of my riddle is that imagination is priceless. May chasing your dream lead you to fortune, like it did for me. But if that's a little too hokey, then there's also something for you in that treasure chest. I left it for you, Jerry. I know you'll take better care of it than anyone. You mean this treasure chest right here? Ah, Paladin's sword was found. This isn't going to help us solve the mystery. The blade's not even sharp. It might make a good souvenir, though. Well then, we did all that for... I guess that was the side quest we did. This is the side quest of the game. And look, that suddenly showed up. Wait, Anna Russo, what's she doing there? Okay, that's spooky. Hold on. I feel sleepy all of a sudden. What's happening? Why am I dressed like a paladin? What? Combat. Oh. Oh. This is what happened in the first game. Guy. Stop and think about the case, not useful here. Heal. It may not taste great, but it's the only food around. Sword. Okay, let's see what... Okay, the Grey Knight. A powerful bite from a tough dog. Bark. Scare the enemy with a loud animal noise for 1 to 3 turns. Heal. Heal by eating some delicious dog food. So let's bark. And then... Sword. Guido's barking scares the enemy. Oh no. Okay, so... Sword... And then... Bite. Oh no, I better heal. Yuck, why do I have to eat dog food? I don't know. Oh no. Okay, so... Sword... Bite. Oh no, Cleo. Mm, what? They missed? Oh no. Here we go. We triumphed. Nice job, Cleo, we did it. Huh? It was just a dream. Paladin dream. Yeah, got an achievement for that. Cute. So we got a little bit of gameplay action there. About our gameplay. Alright. Now let's talk to Anna, who happens to be down there. What the heck? What are you doing here, innkeeper? I've got to give you credit, detective. You found this cave even though I was unable to find anything after searching for 2 years. I was also here the day Lord Russell Gallant mentioned that he found a treasure somewhere on the mountain ridge. I'm a little embarrassed about how you've shown me up like this, however. The treasure is mine. You can't take it. What? Are you serious? We gotta fight. Wait, think? Bark? I should probably be concentrating on this battle instead of thinking about the case. What's gotten into you, innkeeper? Ellipses. You're right, detective. I need to come to my senses. Alright, alright. I saw you jump down the ledge and I followed you into this cave. Can it really be possible that there's a treasure hidden in here? Yes. We found the diary of Lord Russell Gallant, the original creator of the Paladin Dream video game, but nothing of any financial value. Just the rusty remains of an old bronze sword. I should have known better than to listen to that kooky game designer. I can't believe I wasted 2 years looking for nothing. And to think, I even went through all the trouble scaring all the hotel guests away. What? What? You scared the hotel guests away? That's right. I was the one who spread the story about the hotel being haunted. If the guests all left and I had plenty of time to hunt for the treasure, I overheard Russell Gallant telling Jerry Small about 2 years ago. I was the one who caused the power to go out. I rigged up the generator settings to shut off every day at the same time. I'm also responsible for the ghostly singing you heard. I used to sing opera before I became an innkeeper. What about the murder of Billy Kramer I? No, I didn't kill him. I only wanted to scare my guests, not murder them. Was it you who dressed up as the White Lady? The one who was seen by the victim's bodyguard leaving the den earlier? Come on, detective, you searched my entire hotel, including my office. Did you find a costume like that in my possession? Who else knew that the blackout was rigged? The only other person I told was the snowmobile driver. I asked him to tell his passengers about the White Lady every time he brought someone to the hotel. The snowmobile driver, the same one that drove Cleo and I to the hotel? Yes, he was the one who helped me set up the electrical generator with a mechanical switch timer to create a power outage on cue. So he had to know about it. You went through a lot of trouble scaring guests away so that you had time to look for the treasure Russell Gallant described in the conversation you overheard 2 years ago, but you were unsuccessful. It sounds like I wasted my time, and from what you say, you wasted your time here too. Actually, for Cleo and I, this was This has been surprisingly productive. But if the treasure in this cave has no value, then I'm going back to the hotel. From now on, instead of scaring my guests away, I'm going to make the Cresta di Montagna into the best hotel in the Italian Alps. I'll start by refurbishing the basement and taking care of the gas leaks in guest rooms 1, 3, and 7. Ellipses. Then I'll become wealthy like I want it, and I don't need some mythical treasure or ridiculous ghost story to do it. I'll see you back at the hotel. You still got a murder to solve, both of you. Ellipses. So if the blackout was planned, that means someone could have known about it and used it as a diversion. That means when the lights went out, the senior Billy Kramer could have been already dead. We need to find out where all the suspects were before the lights went out. Maybe somebody will slip up. Time to go back and ask more questions. Yeah. Well, that part of the case was solved, I guess. Well, not really, but, you know. But before we do anything, I want to make sure I didn't miss, like, any doggy bags. I don't like that white flash that happens every now and then. Like, I get it. But no need to, let's not go overboard with the atmosphere, shall we? It doesn't seem I have overlooked anywhere else. I don't think I missed a single doggy bag. I just want to be doubly sure. Oh, wait. The Notebook, which we already read. Maybe there's going to be some other place that's going to open up soon. Let's do one more do-over over. Never mind. We were very thorough, I feel. We're back at the lounge. I should find out where each suspect was before the lights went out. Yeah. We're gonna go back to that soon. But before we do... Okay, there's the cat, there's the lore. Okay, there's nothing else in here. Alright. Alright, everybody, we're gonna go back to questioning the suspects with our costumes. Go ahead, keep doing your job. Where were you? Before the lights went out, I was downstairs in the basement checking on the power generator. I wanted to make sure that the power could go off as scheduled. Where were the others? I saw the group drinking grappa in the lounge earlier. Lana Kramer had a lot to drink. I stayed out of the den, of course. I didn't want to interrupt Billy Kramer the first in his important meetings. Did you kill him? Knock it off, detective. I may have had my reasons for wanting to scare people away from this hotel, but I certainly didn't need to kill anybody to do it. That's all. Suspect revisited, 1 out of 8. Interesting. Alright. I hope you know what you're doing because you're getting on my nerves. Where were you? Before the lights went out, I was guarding the door to the den. Mr. Kramer and had his meetings to attend, and it's my responsibility to keep him undisturbed. I had no idea about what had happened between him and the Sandra Berg. Nobody told me she had been fired. How was I to know she'd come here to have it out with him? Ellipses. I'm certain that I know what I saw, detective, no matter how many times I've been banged up. Sometime after Mr. Kramer's argument with Sandra Berg, his daughter Lana came into the den. No, I never actually saw her enter the room, but she's the only one artsy enough to walk around the office wearing those spooky costumes. Later, I could still hear my boss talking with the lawyer, Ned Dillman, right until when the lights went out. I had no idea something was amiss. It sounded like a normal meeting to me, just like any other time I kept watch outside the door to my boss's office. Did you kill him? No way, I'm a prize fighter, not a murderer. There are rules in the ring after all. I heard his voice in the room, right up until the moment the power went out. Right until that spooky singing. Whoever crept past me to kill him must have been the world's top stealth assassin. No more questions. Suspect revisited, 2 out of 8. Oh yeah, could I do this again? Oh yeah. Okay, I already talked to you with all my costumes. What was that? Alright. Carol Winters. Oh yeah, I already talked to you with all my costumes. Do you have any idea who could have killed my boss? You're asking where I was before the lights went out? I was in the lounge trying to advise Billy's daughter not to drink too much. At least I convinced her to go lie down. If she had ran her mouth to her father in front of the Comp Inc. lawyer, it could have derailed everything. Let's see. After I walked Lana to her room, I didn't see Billy Jr., Jerry Small, or the innkeeper anywhere. I assumed Billy Sr. was still in the den. I was hoping he'd have a change of heart and listen to Sandra Berg, maybe even rehire her. Of course I didn't kill my boss. It's horrible for the company. What's happened, don't you see? If you haven't figured it out by now, I'm the one who impersonated Billy Kramer, Sr., and sent you and Cleo that letter in the mail. I did it to protect not just him, but the huge payroll of employees that depend on him. I only hope that it wasn't all in vain, that you and Cleo can bring his killer to justice now. Alright. Now for you, Jerry Small. How long are you going to keep us all in the dark? Before the lights went out, I was here in my room. I'm not a very social person. I prefer video games. I don't know. I didn't see anybody. Did you kill him? No, I wasn't here. That's right. I was alone. I'd never even threatened to kill my boss, I promise. Ellipses. Alright. Yeah, I already talked to you with my... Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Now we gotta talk to everybody else. First, I'm gonna, Why in the world are you dressed like that, detective? Detective? Nay, madam, thy art wrong in thine assumption. Stop playing dress up and start playing detective, okay? Hello. Aren't you supposed to be investigating murder? Stop clowning around. Listo. So, can you help me solve this mystery? Woof woof bark. In the corporate world, nobody takes you seriously unless you look the part. I've gotta be honest, that fursuit definitely isn't helping. I know it looks bad for me, but I didn't do it. Well, you already know about my altercation with my former boss earlier in the den. After that, I just cooled off in the lounge as I waited for the snowmobile to arrive. The innkeeper saw me. You did too. Detective, if you remember, Billy Kramer Sr. was in the den, along with the lawyer from Comp Inc. His bodyguard was outside the door. I saw the innkeeper in the lounge afterwards. I didn't see much of the Kramer kids before the uproar when you arrived, though. Lana was probably drinking and working on her art. Billy Jr. was probably watching cartoons and trying to look like he's working. Those were their usual habits. Ah. Hold on. Alright. I may have said that I wanted to kill him because I was angry. What he did was unfair. I was going to file a lawsuit for wrongful termination after I came to my senses. Alright, you will be visited. Oh look, doggy bag. 24 out of 25. Okay, hold up. That wasn't there before. Alright. Huh? Who are you? I am the legendary Dreaming Paladin of Yore. Hey, is that the Paladin costume I'm planning to give to Jerry Small when the new game comes out? Yeah. Take that off, you dork. So, how do I look? You're talking to a girl with green skin. Huh? Who are you? Hello. Is that the police dog costume I'm making for my brother's next birthday? Rough. You look ridiculous. Take that off before your poor pet dog disowns you. Rough. That was rough. Rough, rough. You know, lots of people wanted my father dead. Before the lights went out, I was drinking downstairs with my dad's secretary, Carol Winters. Huh? So then, I'm gonna tell Dad. Uh, I just want to lie down. Oh dear, sweetie, how much have you had to drink? I'm gonna put on my zombie makeup and make him think I'm really dead. That'll show him. Then he'll know how it feels to have a daughter he completely ignores because of his job. You know, sometimes I really wish he was dead. We really need to get you to your room before you do something stupid. Innkeeper, can you please take this bottle someplace where she can't get it? Of course. I'll take it down to the basement into storage along with her box of costumes. Thank you. I better escort this one back to her bedroom now. You're saying that the grappa bottle was clean? Nobody drugged it? Drugged I. Nobody drugged I or it. Then I wonder what could have happened. Let's see. One moment. Alright. Where were the others? I didn't see anyone else. I was in here, asleep. The last thing I remember is Carol Winters helping me into bed. I slept through everything that happened until you and your dog came into my room. Did you kill him? Get real, detective. I wouldn't kill my own father. No matter how much he disagreed with my life choices, he's still my dad. All I wanted was to scare him a little bit. Make him think, you know? Yeah. Alright. Alright. Ned Dillman. I strongly advise you to take off that paladin costume, detective. With the upcoming buyout of Hacktivision Games, Comp Inc. will soon acquire all the rights to the Paladin Dream game franchise, including the character likeness. So you'll be infringing on our copyright and liable for punitive damages, in addition to looking like a complete buffoon. He's got me there. I don't like this guy. Hello, I'm a ghost, beware. Pathetic. He's such a prude. Don't mind me. Nice try. If you think you're going to fool me by wearing that silly police dog costume, then you're definitely barking up the wrong tree. Alright. Any new information, detective? Where were you? You're asking for my whereabouts before the lights went out. I was in the den with Mr. Kramer, working on the legal paperwork to complete the sale of Hacktivision to my employer, Comp Inc. When you and your dog first arrived at the hotel, Mr. Kramer asked me to greet you. Before that, I was in the den the whole time working with Mr. Kramer, who was still very much alive. Where were others? Well, I assume Mr. Kramer's bodyguard, Ty Lipson, was outside the den, guarding the door. That was his job, after all. Except for the moment he let that disgruntled former employee barge through and complain to her former boss. Miss Berg, that was it. She was the one who connected with Comp Inc. when we were looking to buy the game publisher. Did you kill him? I assure you, I want Comp Inc. to buy Hacktivision games as much as anyone. We were going to make a fortune off the Paladin Dream games. Of course, now it seems the whole business deal is going to have to be negotiated again from scratch, with Mr. Kramer's son, Billy Kramer Jr. at the helm. What a mess that's going to be. So much redundant work to do. Done for now. Alright, you were revisited. Alright. Now, before we go... Hang on. Let me just double check. Alright. Let's talk to Farcely Disguises. Paladin. Jerry Small might get a rise out of that Paladin costume, but I'm not impressed. We need a real police officer on this case, not a knight in shining armor, and certainly not a bumbling amateur detective. My father's bodyguard might get spooked by a bozo amateur detective like you, but I'm not impressed. When will a real police officer show up? And... Wolf. Hey, police dog, you're back. Are you close to solving this mystery? Wolf. Alright, I'm gonna tell you something I didn't tell the detective I want to know what I was really doing earlier. This should be good. I was watching cartoons. That's pretty much all I do when I'm at the office, but I look busy. After what's happened, I might have to actually do some real work soon. I'm pretty sure my father knew about it, but kept quiet. Now that he's dead, I've got to figure out how to run the business myself. All I want is for his murderer to be brought to justice, the way it always happens on your TV show. Can you do that for me, police dog? Yeah, I got all the silly achievements for talking to everybody in the costumes. Where were you? You're asking where I was before the lights went out? If you must know, I was working on an extremely important business task. It's top secret. I don't have to answer to an annoying nuisance of an amateur detective like you. Ellipses, yeah. I can't speak for anybody else. I was too busy. Stop pestering me. Ellipses. Did you kill him? I didn't want to run the business. I wanted my father alive. How dare you accuse me of murdering my father? Don't you realize how bad shape the company's in now without him? Sorry for your loss. So wait. Hang on. Watching cartoons, we know. Alright, so... we talked to everybody. What's the next trigger, I wonder? Oh! I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Hang on. Alright, hang on. Before we go... Just one more sweep around. Alright. I guess we just go... Yeah, we just go. We just get out of here. Huh? Oh no. The lights, they went out again. Ellipses. You're right, Cleo. I don't hear any ghostly singing this time either. We've got to hurry down to the generator room in the basement and get the power back on. Oh man. We've got to hurry. Okay. This music though. Oh no. The White Lady. Ellipses. Hey, stop. What? Huh? Whoever that was, they got away so fast. Oh no, that must have been Anna. Alright everybody, we gotta go and turn the power back on. It was already freakishly dark down here anyway. Ellipses. That sounded like a window shattering somewhere upstairs. What? Oh man. So many things are happening. I don't like the sound of this still. Like this music, which is, you know, helping the tension. Hang on, I'm just looking. Totally not looking for a doggy bag. Yes, I am. Alright. Oh, there it is. Yes. We did it, everybody. We found all the doggy bags. We found all 25 of them. It's so weird that the others, they have like weird triggers, but whatever. Alright. This is it. It looks like somebody came down here and turned the power off manually. Totally not Anna. Phew, at least the lights are on again. Let's go back upstairs and investigate the sound of the glass shattering. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hang on. Let's, talk. Hold up, where's the cat? Kitty. We need you for an achievement. Hang on. Must find Kitty. Hold on, I'm not gonna talk to anybody just yet. The cat's supposed to be here somewhere. Maybe. I know where my priorities lie. Oh, wait. Hold on. Maybe if I reset the room. That's odd. Maybe the cat will show up later. Or maybe the cat's in the other room. One moment. I'm just gonna check my little thing real quick. Let's see. View achievement things. Pet the cat again. The cat left the lounge when everybody came downstairs. Find the cat and pet the cat again. Oh, okay. The cat dipped. Hang on, everybody. We're gonna look for cat. Hang on. I want to look for the cat. Maybe the cat left the lodge. Hold on. I found Kitty, everybody. Pet the cat again, LOL. The cat went to the Emperor's suite. Alright. Well, I think this is it. It's time to talk to everybody. Alright. One more save. Let me double check my, achievement things. Wait. Complete the ski course. There's a ski course I don't know about? Collect all 10 additional doggy bags found on the ski course. What ski course? Hang on. Timeout. So there's 10 more doggy bags I can find, apparently. And there's a ski course? Hold up. I don't see no way to ski. Something tells me I'm probably not at the end yet. That's odd. Hang on. Let's check our map. What do I have access here? Secret chamber. Yeah, I don't see nothing about a ski course. Whatever. Let's not worry about that for now. Yeah, because I would have, came across it. Alright. Time to talk to peeps. Let's talk to one person at a time. That sound of glass shattering came from inside the den. Oh. It wasn't me who turned off the lights this time. I'm just as surprised as you are. Okay. That sound of glass shattering came from inside a den. If my favorite cartoon police dog isn't around, I guess you're the best we've got. Ellipses. Ellipses. That sound of glass shattering came from inside the den. Are you any closer to figuring out who really threatened and then killed my former boss? That sound of glass shattering came from inside the den. You've got to solve this case for the good of everyone at Hacktivision Games. That sound of glass shattering came from inside the den. I wasn't guarding the door this time, so I can't tell you what happened. That sound of glass shattering came from inside the den. Did you ever make any sense out of Lord Gallant's riddle? Ellipses. A parchment containing the riddle. Let's see, hold up. Alright. Carol Winters, that sound of glass shattering came from inside the den. If only I hadn't been asleep at the time the murder occurred. That sound of glass shattering came from inside the den. Do you think you'll be able to solve this mystery and finish the job? The den. Okay. Alright, let's go to the den, everybody. The den is... yeah, of course, to the upper left corner. Oh boy. Oh, hold on. The speakers that were plugged into this computer when I searched this room earlier are gone. Oh. Okay. This is important. Because there were speakers there before. This window has been shattered. That must have been the noise we heard from downstairs. The hole in this window looks about the same size as those laptop speakers that were on the table earlier. Could someone have thrown them out the window while the lights were out for the second time? Except that will make no sense. I don't know. Alright. Broken window. The window in the den has been broken. Alright. Here goes. I think I've solved this mystery. There's a lot of complications, but I think I know who killed Billy Kramer the first, why they did it, and how it was done. Begin the explanation? Sure. Are you sure? Sure, I'm sure. There's just one more thing we need to do with that electrical controller first. Then I'll assemble all the suspects in the den where the murder happened. Ellipses. The explanation. Alright, we'll make a spare save right here. In this part of the story, Detective Guy will explain the solution to the mystery. A correct answer will earn a point. Accumulating enough points will result in convincing the others of the solution. A low score, less than half correct, will not be convincing. Oh, this is different. Can we really trust this amateur detective's judgment on a matter as important as my father's murder? We have no choice. When the public finds out what happens, it will ripple through the entire company. The acquisition deal I spent all this time negotiating could be completely thrown out. We might have to start again from scratch. I want to get out of here as soon as possible. I never should have come to this place. If any of you try and leave, you're gonna have to get past me. Oh, big boy. None of our, none of our, none of our us going anywhere until we know who did it. None of, uh, grammar failed there. Are us. It should be none of us. None of us are going anywhere. Yeah, they need to switch those words around. None of us are going anywhere until we know who did it. Like it or not, we're all stuck here until the mystery is solved. We're all in agreement then. Go ahead, detective. Tell us what happened. Alright. Good. One of you is the killer, and I know who. Oh boy. Hold on, I'm gonna check one little thing. Bad ending. Get too many questions wrong while explaining the mystery solution and get the bad ending. Fail. LOL. Oh no, everybody. I still want to check where that ski course was, too. Alright. Good. One of you is the killer, and I know who. This mystery began long before any of us arrived at the Cresta di Montagna Hotel for the Hack Division Games holiday party. Ellipses. Before we arrived here, Cleo and I were sent something astonishing in the mail, which served as an introduction of the events to come. This was the item we received. It was the victim's letter. The victim's letter. Alright, I'm gonna type this down. Victim's letter. At first, Cleo and I were skeptical that it was genuine. As it turned out, our instincts were right. Then our airline tickets arrived. I still say it's ridiculous my father would never write to you. But he really got a death threat, and somebody really did kill Billy Kramer the First. What do you mean your instincts were right? We'll come back to that later. As it turned out, the murder happened shortly after we arrived. Cleo and I stood in the doorway to the lounge arguing with Billy Kramer Jr. and Ned Dillman. The innkeeper was quietly behind her desk, and Sandra Berg was angrily pacing near the fireplace. That was when it happened. When what happened, detective? Another blackout? Oh no! Oh my god, the ghost is back, not again. Everyone be careful. What's going on? This happened. The lights in the hotel went out. A power outage. Hey, wait. How did you know that would happen? It's like you planned it. Yes, exactly. Along with the lights out, we all heard a spooky singing voice coming from somewhere nearby, but it was impossible to determine the source. What was it? Somebody wanted us all to believe that it was because of a supernatural curse. When I first explored the hotel lobby, I found this item which provided a detailed account of a spooky alpine ghost legend. That will be the folklore book. The folklore book. Folklore book. The book we found contained a sad and haunting story about the alpine ghost legend of the White Lady. The tale described the apparition as a harbinger of death, witnessed in a blizzard, and accompanied by a ghostly singing. Yeah, look what happened. Yes, it's true. There was a blizzard. We heard ghostly singing. And then Billy Kramer, the first, was found stabbed to death. You're going to tell us that Billy Kramer the first, the president of Hack Division Games, was killed by a ghost? Come on. I'm merely acknowledging that all three events happened at the same time. What about causation? Obviously, the circumstances surrounding Mr. Kramer's death were very suspicious, especially after I spoke with everyone who was in the hotel at the time. I discovered each of you had a motive for wanting him dead. Are you absolutely sure that it had to be one of us? It's the only possible explanation. The front door to the lounge is the only way out of the hotel, and the den window opens on top of a steep cliff. It would have been impossible for some unknown assassin to pass through the den without being seen, and anyone attempting to escape through the den window will plunge to their death. And hello there, upside down Matt. You're just in time for me to what appears to be I'm going to be solving the case. All right. Who was they were framed? I don't know. You know, someone in this room might have done it, Matt. It could have been one or two persons, or two people. Anyway, escape through the dead window would plunge to their death. What motive could I have possibly had to kill the senior Billy Kramer? My employer was about to buy his company. You certainly had your own suspicious private agenda. How do you mean? Besides the victim, you were the one who had intimate knowledge of the acquisition of Hack Division Games by Comp Inc. No, Matt, they weren't. Let's see. Like, they were not framed. One of them did it. Let me see. Besides the victim, you were the one who had intimate knowledge of the acquisition of Hack Division Games by Comp Inc. The terms of the deal were completely transparent. By next quarter, they'd be available to any Comp Inc. stockholder. Cleo and I found evidence that you had connected with somebody in the area for a secret meeting. Yeah, it was, yeah, I think I know what it was. It was the steakhouse receipt. Yep, the steakhouse receipt. Yeah, I knew it. I freaking knew it. Before arriving at the hotel, you had paid for dinner at a restaurant in Torino with an unknown guest. Who was it? Sir Boom, for your information, I found this steakhouse receipt outside the lodge, buried in the snow. Hmm. I hope you weren't involved in the crime, Sir Boom. I didn't run into you. But anyway, now let us get on with this. Here goes. Who was it? I can guarantee that my personal dinner guest was not someone who is here in this room now. Who says that I need to disclose my personal dinner plans or list my business associates? I'm under no such obligation to the deceased or to any of you. Your omission of this rendezvous is important, regardless. It shows that your dealings with my father haven't been entirely above board and trustworthy. Lana Kramer, are you really in a position to point the finger of suspicion? Maybe you should take a look at your green face in the mirror first. Hey, what did I do? You were planning to theatrically fake your own death to get your father's attention. The White Lady ghost legend tells of a hooded veiled spirit haunting this region of the mountains. At least one person here claimed to see someone dressed in a white veil and hood. You are a professional costume designer. I found this item in the hotel basement, which could have provided you with a disguise, which would be the costume box. Yep, the costume box, which is the same costume box from the first game. Alright, the costume box. You could have stored a costume which looked like the White Lady ghost in your box of costumes. It would have been easiest for you out of everyone to disguise yourself. I did make a costume like that, but not for myself. I sold it already. It was a commission to an anonymous buyer on the internet. If I had a costume like that, then tell me, where is it now? I bet she did it for attention, or was it for Daddy's money instead? Do you want to have a conversation about looking for money now, Mr. Lipson? What are you talking about? Some people will do ruthless and desperate things for money. Wouldn't you agree? I'm just a professional bodyguard. Somebody who was physically close to the victim in his office saw an opportunity. After we unlocked the victim's hotel suite, Cleo and I discovered something that somebody had planned to use against Mr. Kramer for money. And that would be I believe that would be the blackmail photos. Yes. Yeah, it was the blackmail photos. A folder with photographs that was intended to be used as blackmail. You found out about something shady and illegal that your boss had done and decided to try and use it for your own personal gain. You were planning to blackmail Billy Kramer first. How'd you find out about that? Let's just say I know someone scary who can read your thoughts. Alright, it's true. I was gonna blackmail my boss because I found out his move to terminate Sandra Berg was illegal and expensive. But I didn't kill him. Then how would I get that money? What a sleazy and opportunistic thing to do. How do we know you didn't kill him because he found out about your blackmail scheme? Miss Berg, you're free to make a conjecture about somebody else's motive, but I should remind you that you're the only person here who openly threatened the victim. Yep. I found this item in your hotel room, which confirms your grudge against the victim, as well as your motive for murder. Now is the pink slip. The pink slip! That's right. Like, that was, like, her motive. After you found out you had been terminated and lost your bonus from the Hack Division buyout deal, you came here to threaten your former boss. You even suggested you'd kill him. I never should have come here. It would have been smarter to take my chances in court. Yeah, you should have thought about that. I admit that what I said was stupid, but I didn't kill him. Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't, like, flat out say you're gonna kill someone. That might as well be a confession. When will the police show up and arrest her? How convenient it was that Sandra Berg had just been fired. How convenient for you and your father, don't you think? What? Are you talking What are you talking about? She was gonna kill him. What could have made Sandra Berg so angry that she uttered such a threat in public? Why was she fired? When I found this item, I was able to gain insight into Hacktivision's finances. It revealed the true motive for Sandra Berg's firing. Um, I think it was the balance sheet. Because I think it mentioned that she would have gotten a big payday. Yeah, I knew it. It wasn't a death threat. Hacktivision's company balance sheet. Sandra Berg stood to make an enormous commission from the sale of the company, and your father wanted to keep that money for himself. Your father needed an accomplice to plant the death threat in Sandra Berg's belongings and frame her for it. The senior Billy Kramer's bodyguard, Ty Lipson, found out about the plot and intended to blackmail him. You also were next in line to lead the company in the event of your father's death. So what you're saying is, if we follow the money, then we'll discover the culprit. Follow the money, yes. It's like a treasure hunt, wouldn't you say so, Miss Russo? 2 years ago, you overheard a conversation between Jerry Small and the deceased game designer, Lord Russell Gallant, about a priceless treasure on this mountain. A treasure you wanted to find badly enough that you even scared away all your hotel guests. Cleo and I found this item, which proves that despite being a scenic tourist destination, the Cresta de Montagna Hotel has had almost no guests during the last 2 years. It was the treasure riddle. Yeah. Oh, whoops. That explanation is not consistent with the facts. Maybe I should think about it some more before I open my big mouth. Oh man, I got one wrong. Damn it, it was the... Duh, it was the folklore book. Oh, it wasn't. Damn it. A scenic... Was it the hotel logbook? Yeah, I know, I know. It's just... I actually kind of went blank here. Was it the crampons? No. That was the thing used to go outside. And it wasn't the steakhouse receipt. I forgot what was in the hotel logbook. Oh, duh. It was the hotel logbook. Duh. Big duh. Yeah. Okay, I'll admit, that was one little detail I did forget. You've been scaring guests away from this hotel for 2 years, which is exactly when you overheard the conversation about Russell Gallant's treasure. A treasure that, despite your best efforts, you were unable to find. You used the Alpine ghost legend of the White Lady for your own benefit and planted the folklore book for anyone in your hotel to see. You planned those horrifying electrical power blackouts to happen just like clockwork. And the ghostly singing. I used to train as an opera singer in Siena. Hey, wait. So there's no ghosts? That's what you're saying? The whole thing was faked? This was all because of that time you heard my old friend tell me about the treasure, and you had the nerve to scare everyone because of it? The innkeeper isn't the only one here who knows about scaring people, Mr. Small. Would you also like to tell us all what you know about making threats? What? Huh? When we explored Billy Kramer's hotel room, the Emperor's Suite, Cleo and I found something that was intended to make him fear for his life. It was the hold up. What we found in the Emperor Suite. I think it was no wait. I think it was the death threat or the grappa bottle. I think it was a death threat. Yeah, the death threat. That's right. We found a death threat. The death threat that was sent to the senior, Mr. Kramer. Billy Kramer and his son pinned the death threat on Sandra Berg as an excuse to have her fired. But she was not the one who sent it. Who was it? Who else stood to lose a lot from Hacktivision games being brought out by Comp Inc.? Was there someone else whose job was in jeopardy? Alright, I admit it. I sent a death threat. I figured that I'd be laid off when Comp Inc. gained creative control over Paladin Dream, and I didn't want that to happen. So then I took the fall for you? I'm sorry. I was looking out for myself. I had no idea any of this would happen. You deceived your own employer. The death threat was just a trick from a desperate employee hoping to hold on to their position in the company. How unethical. You want to talk about ethics, Miss Winters? How about the ethics of impersonating your boss? Well, when we found the pink slip that the victim wrote, we noticed that it was signed Billy. However, the victim's letter we received in the mail was signed William Kramer the First. Ah, welcome back, Deus. Um, we're about to solve this mystery, this murder mystery. This inconsistency suggested that these two documents were actually written by two different people. Miss Berg's pink slip was obviously genuine. So then, our letter was composed by somebody else who was pretending to be Billy Kramer the First. I told you my father would never have contacted you. Am I right or am I right? When we found this clue, we discovered that somebody admitted to impersonating Billy Kramer the First. Hold up. I think it was the employee's notebook. Yeah, the employee's notebook. Yeah. Let's see. Hang on. The employee's notebook. The murder victim never wrote to Cleo and I, never warned us about the death threat, and never sent us any airline tickets to Italy. These actions were all performed by Senior Mr. Kramer's secretary, Carol Winters. I only did it to protect my boss, to protect the company, the employees. You embezzled money from the company to pay airline fare for a detective and a dog? How dare you? As you can see, Billy really was murdered. Are you planning to actually do anything about it, detective? This public shaming of all of us has gone on quite long enough. Solve the case or I'll break your face. Hey, watch it. When pondering over solution, I had 4 questions that kept bothering me. When did the murder happen? Why did the lights go off the first time? How did the killer escape? Why did the lights go off again for the second time later? Do you have the answers? At first, The murder seemed physically impossible. The senior, Mr. Kramer, was stabbed in the den while the lights were out, with his faithful bodyguard outside the door. That does seem impossible. There's no way anybody could have snuck around Ty Lipson and gone in or out of the den in pitch black. We were all led to assume that the murder happened during the first blackout, but what if the murder really happened before the lights were out? What if Billy Kramer I was already dead when the lights went out? Then the murder was actually committed earlier. It seemed impossible because it was impossible. When was Billy Kramer I murdered? Let's see. Because, like, after the lights went on, he was dead. And he was still alive before the first blackout? So, wait a minute. It was either during the first blackout or before the first blackout. So I think it was during the first blackout. No, it wasn't. Duh. It was before. Yeah, it was before. Duh. Like, I was sort of right the first time. Damn, I got 2 wrong. I might have to restart this part later. I'm probably locked into the bad ending. The victim was already dead by the time the innkeeper's spooky charade happened. Why did the lights go out for the first time? It was to scare guests away. Yeah. To scare guests away. To scare. The innkeeper was scaring guests away so she could look for the treasure. You've already told us that, Detective. This deranged innkeeper here had engineered the blackout to scare her guests away. Can we end this inquest now? Just because I haunted my hotel doesn't mean I killed some business tycoon. But you're the only one here who knew that the lights were going to go out. That's where you're wrong, Mr. Dillman. The snowmobile driver also knew about my plan. He helped me rig up the electrical room controls for the timed blackout. The snowmobile driver, but he left the hotel a long time ago. How can you accuse someone who isn't even actually here, Detective? Anna Russo may not have told anybody else about her methods of scaring away the hotel guests, but the snowmobile driver ran his mouth. Yeah, this was in the beginning. Ellipses. When Cleo and I were riding to the Cresta di Montagna Hotel, the driver hinted to us about the mysterious happenings going on. Heh, they say the Cresta di Montagna Hotel and the surrounding area is haunted. I guess you two haven't heard of the White Lady before. If you treat me to a steak dinner and a couple rounds of drinks sometime, I'll tell you all about it too. Steak dinner. Steak receipt. Maybe. We'll see. I might jump to a conclusion there. A steak dinner and a couple rounds of drinks. Personally, I've lost my appetite. Why are you bringing this up, Detective? At the time the snowmobile driver said it, I wasn't sure what to think either. A clue connects the snowmobile driver to one of the other hotel guests. One of you had taken up on his offer, and he told you everything about the rigged power outages and the phony guest ghost curse. Who else met with the snowmobile driver? The same person who took him out to a fancy steak dinner in Torino, Ned Dillman. Alright, it's true. I went out for dinner with the snowmobile driver. My signature's on the receipt. Your dinner guest may not be one of us, but he was someone who knew about what was going on at this hotel. I see. Then the snowmobile driver told you about how he and I set up the electrical blackouts. What connection could this have to the lights going out for the second time? If the killer didn't enter and exit the den during the blackout, that person must have been in the room already. Who went into the den? We know the murder victim was alive when Sandra Berg barged into the den to protest her termination from the firm. He sure was, alive and just as slimy as ever. How could you talk about my wonderful father like that? He was anything but wonderful, dude. Sometime after that, but before the lights went out, Ty Lipson says he saw Lana Kramer leaving the den wearing one of her spooky costumes. It wasn't me. I never went to the den. I was passed out in bed. That was Anna. My boss was still alive when that happened. I could still hear him speaking from outside the door to the room. How was it possible that nobody saw the senior Billy Kramer's killer leave the den? I saw his daughter leaving the den wearing that costume. She scared the hell out of me. No, that's not possible. It's true. I helped Lana to bed. I can assure you that she was in no state to do any such thing. Cleo and I found this item in the basement, which worked as a sedative for Miss Kramer, which was the Grappa bottle. Yeah, the Grappa bottle. Yep. Uh, yeah, I knew that. The bottle of Grappa she drank from. Lana Kramer was so sedated that she slept through the murder and the blackout. That girl must have drank an awful lot. The bottle was drugged. It must have been. Ellipses. Not so. When Cleo examined the bottle of Grappa, she determined that it was clean. Yeah, that's right. Cleo herself confirmed that the bottle of Grappa was not drugged. Then why did Lana get so sleepy? I can answer that one. What? We're up in the mountains. Since Lana arrived here recently, her body has not yet adjusted to the lower oxygen levels, so the alcohol had a stronger effect. I see, and then there's a natural reason why the liquor hit my system so hard. What does my sister's drinking problem have to do with solving my father's murder? It establishes that it couldn't have been Lana that Ty Lipson saw leaving the den wearing that costume. How did the killer escape from the den? Oh, I don't know. Through the window? What? Damn. I forgot. I was a little ahead of myself. How did the killer escape from the den? Wearing a costume. It was wearing a costume. Or was it during the blackout? No, it was during the blackout, I think. No, that was dumb. It was wearing a costume because we saw the white ghosts. Yeah, that's okay. It was wearing a costume. The murderer put on the ghostly costume which scared the victim's bodyguard, leaving in plain sight. Finally, the reason for the second blackout. Obviously more of the innkeeper trying to frighten us into believing in her lurid ghost story. I'm not so sure. I didn't hear any more of her spooky singing this time. All I heard was the window in the den being smashed open. I agree. I didn't hear any singing the second time either. Who broke the den window, and why did they do it? Yeah, it's getting chilly in here. Are we almost done with this, detective? Did you find any new clues in here? Nothing new was added, but something that was here earlier has been removed. After the second power outage, Cleo and I discovered that this item had been thrown out the den window, and that will be the computer speakers. The computer speakers were gone. The speakers had been tossed out the broken window. Why did the killer need to get rid of the computer speakers? What were they trying to hide? Ty Lipson could hear his boss speaking outside the door to the den, but could not see him. We have only the overheard sound of his voice to verify that Billy Kramer the First was still alive between the interval after after the white lady ghost exited the room and when the lights went out. That's because the voice he heard was a recording of his boss's voice played through the speakers. Billy Kramer the First was already dead. Oh. Our murderous ghost, assumed to be Lana Kramer, had already left the scene hidden in plain sight. Why did the lights go out again for the second time? Why, to destroy evidence. The killer shut the power off in order to get rid of the computer speakers. Who did it, detective? Who killed my father? It sounds like you know the identity of the person wearing the ghost costume, even if Ty never saw the person's face. Do you know? Ellipses. Everyone present had a motive. It could have been a frustrated, money-hungry bodyguard whose employer had foiled his blackmail scheme. Or was it a secretary who was brazen enough to embezzle money and impersonate her boss? How about a creative director who was so worried about losing his job that he sent the murder victim a death threat? What about a wayward attention-seeking daughter? Or a disgruntled former employee who felt she was wronged by the victim? It could have been the lawyer sitting on the other side of the desk on a deal that was so important to both parties. Well, I will have to do a poll in a different way, Sir Boom. That's only for people that can do that kind of stuff. But, I need no silly polls. I would actually, I'll actually ask anybody who's actually been paying attention up until this point. Okay. It could have been the lawyer sitting on the other side of the desk on a deal that was so important to both parties. Could it have been the victim's son who was poised to take over the company? There is also the suspicious innkeeper who was determined to scare away all the hotel guests. Tell us. The murderer of Billy Kramer the First, the president and CEO of Hacktivision Games, is... Could have been his own son. Lana was knocked the hell out. Anna was the ghost. She was doing all those things. Ty Lipson tried to blackmail. Carol was the one that sent out the fake letter. Jerry Small sent the death threat. And Sandra Berg, she was, you know, she was disgruntled when she got the pink slip. Lana was definitely framed, yeah. She was passed the hell out. Yeah, it's not Lana. And I was thinking of this dude right here. Ned Dillman. Like he learned all about that the lore from the snowmobile driver. Like he treated him to a steak dinner. Maybe it was Ned. It was. I guessed right. Yeah, it was Ned. And we're gonna find out why. It was Ned Dillman, the lawyer from Comp Inc. I never liked him anyway. Ellipses. He came off like a douchebag. What is the reason for this mockery of an accusation, detective? I'll see you in court for defamation of character. Over this, I'm even going to sue your dog. Hey! You were the only one who was alone with the victim before Ty Lipson saw the ghostly figure leaving the den after you committed murder. Yeah, he was there. It's always the lawyer or the butler. Freaking lawyer, though. This schmuck. I've gotta say, Mr. Dillman, this deal I've worked out with you and Comp Inc. is finally going to give me all the money I'll ever need. Yes, well, you drive a hard bargain. True to form, Mr. Kramer. Call me Billy, please. With the fortune I'm about to amass, I'm planning to start a new publishing company. I'm going to publish video games the right way. No more microtransactions, no more digital rights management, and no more milking the players for cash. Aww. Finally, I was like, there's a good side to him. Cause man, he came off as a douchebag, but he had something that happened called a change of heart. He went from heel to a face. What a face turn. I'm gonna start treating my employees with dignity and respect. No more mandatory forced overtime crunches. And most of all, I'm gonna spend more time with my children, Billy Jr. and Lana. They need my help. I'm going to be there for them as a father. Mark my words, Mr. Dillman. After your employer buys out my company for 3 generous terms, you're going to see a very different... I'm afraid that won't be happening since the deal fell through. What do you mean, the deal fell through? We're about to sign the last contract. I also drive a hard bargain. Ah, then you killed him. After stabbing Billy Kramer, you used the computer speakers to play a pre-recorded conversation with his voice. That way, the time of death was obfuscated, and it seemed as though he was still alive. You then put on the White Lady Ghost costume, which served as a disguise while you left the den. The victim's bodyguard mistook you for Lana, the costume designer. So he was the anonymous person that commissioned the costume from Lana. That's ridiculous, detective. Why would I kill Billy Kramer the first? My company was about to buy Hacktivision games from him. After his unfortunate death, the whole deal will have to be renegotiated from scratch. Why would I want that to happen? That's exactly why you killed him. To stop the deal? No, you killed him so that you could then get a better deal. How? Billy Kramer Sr. was well known in the industry for being a strong arm negotiator. He was very perceptive at observing the other side's weaknesses and exploiting them for his own gains. You got that right, detective. He was ruthless at the bargaining table. But in the event of his death, who takes control of Hacktivision Games? I do, of course. While Billy Kramer I, the father, was a shrewd and intelligent businessman capable of devising the best deal possible for his interests, Billy Kramer II, the son, was not. And that's why he was murdered, so that in the result of his death, Comp Inc. could renegotiate the contract with Billy Jr. and get more favorable terms. How dare you insult me, detective? My father taught me everything he knows. He may have tried, but were you paying attention? Ellipses. You're right, Cleo. There has to be a way I can show everyone that Billy Kramer II lacks his father's business acumen. And now to become a furry police dog. Oh my god. Hey, police dog, you made it. Wolf, are you close to solving the mystery? Rough, rough. Good, because I want to see this episode as soon as it's on TV. The next time there's a big important meeting, I promise I'm gonna duck out and watch the show. That's what I always do, isn't it? It's much more fun than all this hard work. Yeah, you like to goof off. Billy Kramer II isn't prepared to run his father's company, and Ned Dillman figured that out. As Comp Inc.'s lawyer, if he could find a way to negotiate better terms for his employer, he certainly would have been promised a strong financial incentive. So your case is that I stabbed Billy Kramer the first, that I put on that ghost disguise that was witnessed by his bodyguard? The way I see it, unless you are able to produce this ghostly costume, your whole theory falls apart. There was a ghost costume. Cleo and I crossed paths with you in the lounge during the second time the electricity was turned off. Are you able to produce this alleged ghost disguise now, or has it disappeared? Ellipses. Where could the ghost costume have gone? It has to be someplace we haven't looked. I think he mentioned something about his briefcase a while back. Your briefcase. Ah! 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 Oh, dude. I had remembered that little detail way back, like near the first hour of the game. The lawyer's briefcase. He's been carrying it with him this whole time. Would you care to open your briefcase, Mr. Dillman? Um, um. The contents of my briefcase are property of Comp Inc. And if any of you lay one finger on it, then you'll be violating confidentiality. Oh, knock it off already. And I wouldn't have gotten away with it if it weren't for you furries and your dog. Oh, knock it off already. Give me that. Get away from me, all of you! You've got nowhere to go. The snowstorm is starting to let up. We'll be able to reach the police soon. No, you won't get me. Ellipses. At that instant, Ned Dillman attempted to escape. He was stopped by the burly Ty Lipson, who restrained him until the blizzard subsided. The innkeeper called the police, and the killer was taken away. Oh, wow. Jinkies indeed. Yeah, they started to go with the Scooby-Doo vibe since the second game. Oh, here's the epilogue. After the mystery is solved, all the other guests from Hack Division Games left the hotel. As fate would have it, Comp Inc.'s deal to buy Hack Division Games was blocked by European Union antitrust laws. Once news of the game publisher's murder came out, the two companies awkwardly drifted apart. Ugh. For the rest of the week, Cleo and I had an entire alpine ski resort all to ourselves. Though I'm not much of a skier, Cleo can really fly down those steep mountain slopes. What? Oh, ski. What the? Are you serious? Cleo, you're doing great. I'll meet you at the bottom of the mountain. Ellipses. Control the skiing movement using left and right arrow buttons. The shift button will increase the speed. Is this the new Spuds McKenzie? Anybody know that dog? That dog's long gone. Cleo found the doggy bag. What? They expect me to... What the... Oh, that's cool. They put the other... Oh my god, I have to... Okay, I found where my last achievement was. Try the ski course again to collect more doggy bags? Yes. Spud or Alex? Who was Alex? Key start added to menu. Okay, so... Do they stay collected, I wonder? Oh god. This is like skate or die all over again, or ski or die. Yes. Oh no, I can't. Oh wait, good. I can sort of scum it. Alex the dog from Stroh's beer. Oh, okay. Oh my god, I have to use memorization. I feel like I just want to end it though. I'll just do this off stream maybe. Hold up. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, hold up. I can keep trying as much as I want. That's good. Okay, so there's a... You know what? We're just gonna do it. Hang on. Oh no, I missed it. All right. Yeah, hold up. We're doing this. Oh, come on. This is so bad. A simple little mini game. Come on. Oh my god, no. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. I only got a few of them. Hold up, we're gonna... I was moving! Are you serious? Hold up, let's just... No, we're not ending the game yet. Okay. Okay, good. Alright, we'll just stick to... Oh, come on. No! This is ridiculous. Hang on. Really? This is so jittery. Maybe I should use the keys? No, I shouldn't. Oh. This is so bad. This is just for a silly achievement too, but I want it. Hang on. This is gameplay, everybody. Okay. Aw, man. Okay, it was right there. Oh, I couldn't push it. I was right there. This is actually not as easy as it looks, everybody. This is actually kind of difficult. Oh, yeah, that was right there. We are not ending this yet. Hang on, let me just... Come on. Oh, it's right there! Let me get a hint. We've got enough evidence to solve the mystery now. Okay. Proceed to the explanations. No. That was weird. Hang on. Oh, it was right there. No, it was right there. No. We're doing this, damn it. I am not ending the stream until I get all the doggy bags. I was right there. It's right there. Okay. 2 more times. That would have been so messed up if I had to do it all at once. Oh no, it was right there. Okay, the last 2 are on the right. I do appreciate the surprising little bits of variety. Oh, come on. It was right there. No, it was right there. Okay, I have to stick to the right. Wait. Why is this running so weird? Alright. Come on. That was right there. Okay, after the big white tree, I go left. This is so bad. Okay. Okay, and then stick here. Oh, I had to press the right after... Okay. I had to line myself up. Okay, so... Oh, come on. The game wouldn't give me that. That was bad. Do better, video game. I mean, I'm doing better. I'm trying my best. It wouldn't let me press? What? Hello? It's so precise. Like, it's so precise. There we go. Way to go, Cleo. That's the last one. You really are an expert skier, in addition to being an expert clue sniffer. Yay! I got the last silly achievement. So that's the ski course. It's at the end of the game. Huh. Cleo found a total of 35 doggy bags. After their return, as a special treat to celebrate solving the mystery, Guy served Cleo her favorite, non-traditional Italian delicacy. Vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry gelato poutine. Of course, gelato. I was thinking of like other Italian food. So in the first game, she had poutine with lobster. The second game, the game I played yesterday, she had poutine with Boston cream donuts, and now she's got vanilla, chocolate, strawberry gelato poutine. Cool, lovely. That's yeah, that's totally a Scooby Doo food thing. Mangia bene, Cleo. I don't even know what that means. I don't know Italian. Detective Guy kept the rusty old paladin sword as a memento of his time in the Italian Alps, to encourage him to keep solving more spooky mysteries with his dog. I still haven't played the Paladin Dream video game. Maybe another time. Me either. Because it's a real game. Because I don't even know if I want to pay full price for it. And so Detective Guy and Cleo, the clue-sniffing dog, have made it through another spooky mystery together. But what new adventures will their future hold? Until next time, ellipses. Murder is game over. Deal killer. Alright, so much like the first two games, this was alright. It can be beaten in a matter of hours, 2 to 3. I can get one more. Oh, oh, that's the white goat. Oh, the cool. The singer's listed. Oh, he provided the voiceover for the recording. Businessman voiceover. All right. So yeah, this was an all right game too. I mean, so far these games are just one and done. Like once you know the story, no replay value. That's fine. I enjoyed it though. I enjoyed playing the first 3 games. So there is one more game uh, to this series. It came out this year. I mentioned it yesterday. There's Murder is Game Over, Blackington Curse. See, I would buy it, except I don't want to pay full price for it. I'll wait till it goes on sale. There's the white ghost. Ooh. Except she wasn't real. Alright. Well, let me see. I'm gonna check my other thing. Bad ending. Get too many questions wrong while explaining the mystery solution and get the bad ending. Fail. LOL. I did that in the previous game, and it just gave me a generic It didn't show me like all of the ending, so I'll do that off stream. All right then. Unless they had a cool picture. I doubt it though. All right then. Well, and that's it, everybody. Another game down the books. Eh, they're okay. Like they're fine. They're more like walking simulators, if anything. Nothing wrong with that. You get to just go one place here, trigger one place there. So yeah, in the foreseeable future, I will get the fourth game, except I don't like I said, I'll wait till it goes on sale. And you can bet for sure that I will stream that when I can get it at a good price, stranger. I just don't want to pay full price for it. Okay then. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that little game I played. I sure did. It was all right. It was nice. It was good. But yeah, it's a one and done game. I'll just let me see. Let me see who to raid on out to. Hmm. I see. Hmm. Nah. All right. Well, I'm just looking to see who to go on out to. The majority of people out there are playing that Elder Scrolls Oblivion remastered, which is cool. A lot of people are hyped for that and other stuff, it seems. But I think I do have somebody in mind. I have picked who we're gonna go on out to. Okay, everybody, we're gonna raid on out to Schubert. Yes, Schubert. Schubert's an orange man. He is an orange, and he's currently doing retro achievement requests. And it looks like he's currently playing Donkey Kong on the Game Boy. And that's a good one. So, yep, we're going to go to Schubert. He'll be playing a nice variety of retro games on whatever retro achievement sets that, you know, has him. So, I have a short list today, but better than no list. I'd like to thank Macas, Deus, Saki, Upside Down Matt, and Sir Boom. Yep, congratulations. You all made the special thanks list. And to anybody out there that might that may be lurking, congratulations. Thanks for lurking. I appreciate you. You know who you are. Yeah. I'll be back tomorrow with something else. I don't know what I'll be back with, but I do have an idea of what I'll be back with. And I think it'll be fun if I do go with it. If I do go through with it. Yeah, I'm thinking about that. And if I do, I get to become a really horrible person when playing it as well. I might consider that. All right. Okay then. Well, I'm gonna get the raid ready, and I'll be out on my way. All right then. Well, here goes. Oh, let me get music. Thank you all for watching, and remember to go in peace. Yep.